Listen to Mobituaries with Mo Rocca on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Dan Kaplis. Hey, Denver, as the weather cools down, we have neighbors in our community who will struggle to keep warm. That's why Catholic Charities needs our support. Please consider donating today to help women receive proper health care, children get the education they deserve, and unhoused find shelter and a warm meal in trying times. Make a donation at ccdenver.org. That's ccdenver.org. Catholic Charities, supporting neighbors, transforming lives.
Your home furnace can be a source of cost and risk, but with L&L Heating and Air Conditioning's tremendous $39.99 full furnace system inspection, you'll get a new filter, inspection of the heat exchanger, light system cleaning, a carbon monoxide test, and more. To make sure your autumn heating is as energy efficient and safe as possible, take advantage of this great offer right now. Get started at bestdenverhvac.com. That's bestdenverhvac.com.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
The annual enrollment period has arrived. Not sure what all those TV ads are about? Then call Integrity Health Advisors, a local broker that has your best interest. You know, a lot of us haven't reviewed.
No. Siblings, or you're the only attorney?
My sister's a tattoo artist.
Wow, that's
fun.
We're slightly different.
That's a little different.
Older or younger?
Younger.
Okay. Our daughter's ex-boyfriend, his sister was, oh no, she was pure, no, what was she? Oh, makeup, forget it.
Eyelashes.
She did her daughter's eyelashes one time. I wanted to throw her off a building.
They can get pretty elaborate, the eyelash thing.
Yeah, and she does them out in Vegas, so let's just imagine that part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I said, thanks for, she came over to my daughter's graduation. I said, thanks for making her look like a stripper there. Appreciate that. What you got cooking, Doc?
He's just waiting on
I'm just waiting on the Sue's here.
Hey, Dragon, can you
And at
tell me
khow.com.
please?
Thank you, ma'am.
There you are, mister. Okay. Behave yourself.
I'll try. Takes all the fun out of it.
What's that?
Behaving ourselves.
Let's see. Okay, Silverleaf, Panacea as usual. We got full house tomorrow, Doc. It's going to be a trip.
Who's coming tomorrow?
We got Inland Truck. We've got either Jeff or
Kevin.
I forget which one. But Inland's bringing two, and then I think we have, you know, Tom Maggia, the one-legged dude, who owns a shop up north.
So you want me to work from home tomorrow? I don't mind.
I think you should come in. It's up to you.
Okay, well.
I think one of the Inland guys might be sitting in there. I don't know how they're going to do it. This is really weird when this pulse reader keeps going blank on me. Okay, Sheridan and Simply.
So then, have you been in Denver a long time practicing, or new?
No, we came back in 2007. So
okay, so it's
15 years at this point, yeah.
Oh, let's see here.
Messaging app or pay for equipment. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Every day, I bet your floors have shoe grime and pet grime and invisible grime.
Invisible grime?
Yep, the kind of grime that you only notice when you look at your socks.
Ew.
So get Swiffer Sweeper Wet, the cleaning power of a mop with the convenience of a wipe. Sweeper heavy-duty wet pads come prepped with a cleaning solution that traps and locks dirt and grime deep inside the pad, even dirt and grime you can't see, for the clean floors you want, anytime you want it. Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty wet pads.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
3 men from the same family are busted for poaching in Park County.
David, Robert, and Richard Schlitz have been arrested for destruction of elk and bear. They were taken into custody at homes in Colorado Springs and in Fremont County. All 3 are also accused of hunting without a license.
Reporter Kathy Walker. A man who shot and killed 2 teens in North Glen earlier this month will not face charges. The North Glen Police Department and the DA's office says the teens were armed and fired first after breaking into the man's backyard. Police said the 2 teens broke into a backyard on Pearl Street on October 2nd and started cutting leaves and branches off marijuana plants growing there. The man told police that he confronted the teens and returned fire after they started shooting at him. Sports Nuggets fall 123-102 in their season opener on the road against the Jazz, and the Avalanche lost to the Winnipeg Jets 4-3 in overtime last night at home. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag.
I'm doing CPR and calling 911 with the other, and
that's crazy.
I mean, it was horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible. So what did you end up doing? 911?
Yeah.
And they show up and you already, I mean, you're a doctor, you know she's crazy.
Right. So the police, it was really funny, the police just basically, you know, they didn't accuse me of anything, they didn't, there was no question about
they
playing.
Yeah. Did they do an autopsy?
Oh, yeah.
What happens with the body?
Well, her family had it flown to Denver.
Okay. Jeez, that's wild, Doc.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Or if you did tell me that, I didn't realize it was like 4 years ago, but I think I would have remembered that story.
And
That's a notable one.
You know, I'm thinking,
it's such a weird place for it to happen too. It's like you could see it home or anywhere, but just like literally in a hotel. Holy shit!
And you know, and I'm thinking, oh, I should have gone in. But you know, when a woman says she's getting ready for dinner, you know,
who knows?
Right, you can take a shower, do the makeup, and I'm watching the Masters.
You could have went down and played a game of tennis.
And I'm not thinking about it. You know, you don't realize time.
Craziness.
It was.
Care questions. Call a United Healthcare Medicare plan expert today at 1-888-CALL-UHC or go to myuhcagent.com. Hurry, enrollment is open from October 15th to December 7th. The United Healthcare Medicare plan expert is a licensed sales agent producer.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
Do you Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. You know what our goal is? I love this part. Our goal is to make your life just a little bit better. We like going after the bad guys. We have this thing called a radio tower, and we use the power of the media, to put it frankly, to go after those that are making your life miserable. We also have a list of experts at referralist.com, and I'm lucky one of them's joining us today, Dan McKenzie with the McKenzie Law Firm. First of all, welcome, Dan. How are you doing?
Great. How are you?
I am doing great, man. Here's what Dan does. He pretty much helps you with estate planning, a will. He can help you with probate. He can do virtually anything that has to do with estate planning. Would you say that's a good way to sum up your practice?
Yes.
What else? Do you do anything else? I just want to throw that out there if people have questions on anything else you do.
I just like to be clear with people that estate planning, we're very focused on a lot of times death, but it can be any situation where someone needs some help.
Any situation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. How many times do you have people move in from out of state and really you're just looking at their will or their trust and you're giving them a price to update it? Or, maybe they got divorced, remarried, haven't looked at the will forever. Do you get a lot of that?
Yes. Yeah, both those situations.
And I'll put you right on the spot. Are you flat rate pricing for the most part when it comes to development of a will or trust?
Yes.
So you'll talk to someone for free, and then basically you'll give them a price and give them suggestions.
Right.
I love that. I love flat rate pricing. Let's face it, all of us get a little nervous. When you think of lawyers, you think, oh my God, $300, $400, $500 an hour, and they never tell you it could be 10 hours, it could be 100 hours.
I think even lawyers are kind of getting fed up with it, but it's obviously incentivize people to take longer on their project.
And you've been with us now not too long, but over a month. You replaced Blake Harris. He moved on to something else, and you came so highly recommended by Blake. It was kind of crazy, man. It's almost like, well, maybe we should have had Dan from the get-go. No, Blake's a great guy, but we really appreciate you coming on board. Any questions you guys have on anything that has to do with estate planning, and we'll take email questions at help@troubleshooter.com, or you can call the number 303-713-8255. We've got an update of some sort, and I'm going to go to Cindy in a minute, but it was with Goldinger and Pinnacle Builders. Ed Goldinger is the owner of Pinnacle Builders, and I'm going to update on that in a second. I want Suzanne to get the texts out that Ed Goldinger was sending us yesterday, and I think it's fair for us to read them, but I'm going to give you my take on it. I've read texts like this before. I've dealt with people like this before. I'm not saying the guy's a bad guy, but there's one thing he's not doing that's driving me crazy, but we'll get to that in a minute. Meanwhile, Tanya, what's going on with you?
Hello, Thomas. Thank you for having me on the show. I recently bought a car about 5 months ago from Amera Ford, and about 2 weeks ago, me and my daughter were on a highway and just went out, heard a click, a pop, and get a smoke everywhere. Had it evaluated. The engine's gone.
Oh my God! Hey, Tanya, give me a little more information on the car itself. What kind of vehicle is it?
It's a 2017 Hyundai Santa Fe Sport.
A Santa Fe Sport. Yeah, okay. I'm very familiar with that vehicle. How many miles did it have on it?
When I got it, was about 93,000 miles on it.
You know what's interesting about that? I don't know if that was part of that engine recall, but since you bought it from a non-Hyundai dealer, I'm not even sure if that extended warranty that went from 100 to 120 on the affected vehicles was actually covered. But you bought it. I assume you got it checked out, or you didn't have anybody look at it?
I did have somebody check it out.
Who checked it out?
I did. I went to a little shop over there by my house.
Okay.
I had it towed to my house. He said the engine was blown.
No.
So
I'm sorry, Tanya. I'm sorry. You're not understanding me. When you purchased it from O'Mara Ford, did you have it checked out before you bought it by a mechanic?
No, sir. No, sir. I was going to have it checked out, but the dealer, he was like, "Oh, we had it expected. We had it checked out."
Yeah, well, so much for that. You'll never do that again. They okey-doked you on that. But here's the deal. So you bought it. Did you buy an extended warranty?
I did, and that's the problem I'm having.
So, okay, then tell me a little more. The engine blows up 5 months later. You bring it back to O'Mara, or did you bring it somewhere else?
I bring it to O'Mara.
Okay, then go ahead. You finish. Go ahead. I'll shut up.
And then, so they say, okay, you have extended warranty. Call them. Call roadside assistance. Have them towed. Have your rental all set up and stuff. I called. You don't have it.
What do you mean you don't have it?
They have it. I have it on paper, but when I call roadside assistance, I don't have an extended warranty.
Wait a minute, Tanya. When you say you have it on paper, what do you have?
I have the paper in O'Mara Ford say we have it in your computer, but when I go to call for the roadside assistance and the extended warranty to get the car, to have the car towed, to get...
I get it. They said you didn't have it. Does this... I'm going to jump forward a little. Is the bottom line O'Mara charged you for the warranty, but they never sent the paperwork off to the warranty company?
I don't know. I keep getting the runaround. I've been up there twice.
Well, wait a minute. Tanya, hold on. Your vehicle, did it finally get up there, whether they towed it or not?
I did it. I had it towed.
That's fine, but hold on. They got it up there. Do they acknowledge right now that they sold you a warranty?
They do.
They acknowledge it. And what are they telling you why the warranty isn't covering any of this?
They say it's something with the roadside assistance piece or something.
Okay.
But I'm like,
Okay, but hold on. Tanya, are they just not covering the roadside part and they're going to cover the repairs?
I haven't heard anything about. I haven't heard anything. Everybody keeps giving me the runaround.
How long has it been there?
I went up there. I just had it towed a couple of days. I just had it towed a couple of days ago to Hyundai, Planet Hyundai, and you're right about the some kind of recall on it. So hopefully, if the recall goes through, then Hyundai will cover, but still, O'Mara Ford.
Hey, Tanya, do you have when you buy the car, you're going to have that buy order. If I look at that, or can you take a picture of that and send it to us, the actual sales order, it should list that warranty on there. I assume it probably cost you $2,000 or $3,000 for that warranty from
It's got to be on the bill of sale, Mark.
Well, if they actually sold it to her.
Yeah, because I have the paperwork. I actually got the paperwork, too, also, from the credit union, the bank where I got the loan from. Yeah. I have all that paperwork and everything. So,
do you have something showing the warranty and the cost of the warranty on there?
I'm sure
okay.
It is the bank.
I would like that, but hold on. I'm going to put you on hold. Doc, I think this one, I don't know what to make of it yet. I don't care about the manufacturer warranty part of it. I want to make sure that O'Mara Ford, if they charged her for the warranty, actually sent it to the warranty company, and she has a warranty, because she calls the 800 number roadside, and they're saying you're not in the system.
Right. And so, just to get it straight, the only thing they're not covering is the towing. Is that correct?
No, she doesn't know. Tanya, you have no idea what they're going to cover or not, right?
Yeah, and I've been paying out of pocket for rental. I'm up to almost $600. Well, I turned my car in, so I'm on
We just need to call over there. Doc, just call over to O'Mara Ford. Let's get all of her info. Suzanne will grab it. Just call over and go, what's going on with this vehicle? Although she did you eventually have it towed from there over to the Hyundai dealer? Because you mentioned it's at a Hyundai dealer now.
Yeah, it is.
It
is, and it's at a Hyundai.
But at first you towed it to O'Mara.
No, I never towed it to O'Mara.
Okay.
I never got it over there.
I towed
you. I towed it from the highway. I had to get it towed I had to get it towed to my house.
I got you. Hold on, Tanya, I got it. So, Doc, here's your marching orders. They're a little different. We want to figure out if she has a warranty from O'Mara when she bought it. Then we want to call over to the Hyundai dealership and see if that VIN number, they'll have it, it's either covered under that 120,000-mile warranty because they extended it on some years.
Or it's not.
Or it's not. It's either covered or not. It might only be covered for first-time owners, so that could be the caveat. All right, 303-713-8255. We're going to take a break, come back, talk to Cindy, then Ann's got an HOA issue. We got one line open, 303-713-8255 or 303-MARTINO.
Lester, how would our listeners benefit if they reached out to Talon Wealth?
We can do some analysis, and the analysis is pretty black and white. It's just numbers. And if it turns out that we've been doing better than you've been doing on your portfolio, then it might make sense for us to invite you to work with us. But frankly, if we haven't been doing better than you've been doing, then why would you work with us? There's no reason to. But it starts with the analysis.
Visit guardingyournestegg.com and click on Start Today.
Talon Private Wealth, LLC. Investing in stock markets involves the risk of loss, and there is no guarantee that all...
Simply Floors. You want the best flooring at the best price. I want you to go to simplyfloorsinc.com. You can set an appointment right there. They'll bring out the hardwood or the carpet or the LVT. Whatever you want to see in your house, they'll bring out the samples and show them to you right there in your own house. That's what I love about these guys. Suzanne and I have used them numerous times. They come out, they measure, and like I said, the kicker is their pricing. They can beat the big box stores up to 40%. Check them out at simplyfloorsinc.com. Now, let me tell you about Sheridan Auto Tech, Uncle Kevin. If you have a vehicle, I don't care what kind of vehicle it is, you need someone that can repair it, and you need someone that can maintain it. And this guy can do it better than the dealerships, and he can do it for a better price. I love Uncle Kevin. I want you to go to SheridanAutotech.com. You can see the locations there, but anything you need done, including electrical issues, he bought Lakewood Electric a few years ago. They can fix anything electrical. SheridanAutotech.com.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral neuropathy. Are you taking drugs like Lyrica or gabapentin, but they never...
Reading appellate cases of people who are like way after it. So, yeah, I was a litigator. You know, that's I think I told you guys last time. I was actually a consumer fraud litigator for the first.
I forgot about that.
I hung up with her, so you can give her a call.
Good.
Thanks, Ken.
So we got visited by the Tom Martino in the Chicago area, right? That the version of the journalist out there, like at our law school, was like part of the consumer.
That's very interesting. I do remember that now when you were in last time.
Yeah. But just the litigation was exhausting to me. the constant battle of and stress of.
So our daughter's in her first year in Wyoming, and she loves contract law. I just couldn't imagine that coming out of her in any scenario.
It really depends on your professor. I had an amazing professor. I had the same professor for contracts and estate planning, actually. And he went on to become the youngest tenured professor in Harvard Law School of History. Like he's a total savant. Yeah, he was a great professor, and both contracts and estate planning were, I loved him too, and I never would have guessed that either for myself.
She's actually today, they have a working courtroom there. The Supreme Court of Wyoming is there today doing oral arguments in front of some of the students.
Oh, wow.
And she's so psyched about it, it's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, when it comes to like Colorado's Supreme Court, how do they pick their cases they take?
You know, I think obviously they have some they have to take, right? It's not like the U.S. Supreme Court where I think they can just choose not to take. I mean,
I didn't know that.
More of a jurisdictional thing.
There's some they have to.
Right.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the U.S. Supreme Court has that too, but they're very, 98% of the U.S. Supreme Court cases are.
And I didn't realize this. The U.S. Supreme Court, like depending on what judge is over a different jurisdiction, and they basically decide. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Like that Trump one that was up. I don't even remember what it was. I think it had something to do with the raid. But they were thinking the justice that was going to take it or not was going to take it just because he was a Republican, if you will. But he didn't take it, so...
I want to hear what Cindy has to say about this Golding, then I'll go call Tanya.
Wow, we got the emails. It was crazy, man, from him.
'Cause I sent him an email. I sent him a text also yesterday.
I think he got blew up. Did I give his out yesterday?
Yeah, because I sent him a text.
He's the one. We also had everybody text over to the endorsement.
Right. I think I sent it to Ed.
I guarantee Stokely heard from a lot of people on that. And I bet he did call this guy.
Well, let's find out. Hey, Dan, quick question. I have one son. I have a will. Do I need anything more than that, really, if there's no question about what's happened when I'm gone?
How about pulling the plug if you're real sick?
No, I have power of attorney. I have someone else, my cousin.
Well, I'm just saying it's more than just a will,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yes, all the incapacity stuff, too. I would expect you to have that as a doctor. Yeah, it just depends on, do you care about avoiding probate for any reason? Are you set up to, wills don't avoid probate, of course.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. We've got two lines open. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. 303 Martino. Maybe a bad contractor. Maybe you're just sick and tired of taking it, and you've got a question about anything. And by the way, I'll always mention this. In studio with me, Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law Firm. Any questions you have on estate planning, and we've already got some text questions for him. Plus, I want to pick his brain. An interesting thing about Dan, and I think we talked about this last time you were on there, you actually did your own troubleshooting, if you will. You worked in, what was it, a consumer affairs? How would you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a private law firm, but we focused on class actions for consumer fraud situations.
Give me one of the big ones.
We were working on a case involving the freecreditreport.com, which
I
you might be
remember
familiar
that.
with. So now you are entitled to a free credit report every year. Well, there's all these websites out there called like Free Credit Report or whatever else, and they ask you to enter your credit card as you're signing up for it. It turns out you're signing up for a subscription to your credit. So people thought they were entering their credit card just so they could see their credit report.
Did that happen to be, you just jogged my memory on a commercial. I remember a commercial years ago that was some dude with a guitar walking around.
Yep,
was that the bad guy?
That was yes.
You know what I'm saying. Yeah, that's amazing. That was one of the best marketing ploys I ever remember.
Yeah.
I mean, for something that most people never even knew they get for free. But you're saying that company was actually getting credit card numbers and kind of flim-flamming people.
Yeah, you were signing up for a credit monitoring service, actually. So you get your free credit report, but people didn't realize, and then every year thereafter they're getting hit for $90 or $100.
So how do you, as an attorney, and in that particular case, or something similar to that, if they go through and agree to everything, I mean, we've all signed up for something, even if you sign up for Facebook or any Microsoft product, anything free, any app that's free, there's 900 pages of stuff you agree to.
Yeah.
So I assume, and I could be 100% wrong, that if people read every little bit of that when they were signing up for the free credit monitoring that wasn't free,
yeah.
Did they have all that there? And if they did have all that there, as an attorney, you would think their main defense would be, well, right there, Your Honor, you can see. We say right there on page 8, subsection 4, in small print, it says this. I mean, how does that work?
You hit the nail on the head. So, I mean, there's different ways to allege fraud, right? There's what's called common law fraud, where you got to show that you really relied on their misstatements and all that kind of stuff. Well, all the states now have their own Consumer Fraud Acts. There's a Colorado Consumer Fraud Act. I was actually in Illinois at the time. It was the Illinois Consumer Fraud Act that don't require that you would necessarily have reliance, which means you don't have to have relied on their statements. So there was a big fight about that. And yes, of course they disclosed it, right? But it's like how prominent is this disclosure? Is that reasonable?
And how did that case end up?
It was hard to get a class certified because the judge said exactly what you just said. Well, some people might have seen that this and chose to proceed anyway. Some people missed it, so it's just hard to. So the way that defendants work in these situations is you can't have a class. You got to do everyone one by one. And now we're doing, $100, right, for somebody. It's like no lawyer's going to do that for,
So, and just real quick, then I promise I'm going to jump over the phones, but what's the difference between a joiner and then a class?
Mm-hmm.
What is that in layman's terms?
So there's different types. So a class action, you have to show some, a number of people that were affected in the same way.
Almost the exact same way.
Yeah, pretty much, which is very difficult, right? And there's no hard number on it. It's just like how many would be too much for the courts to handle. Like, is it 10
for
people?
An example on a real class where someone like they put out bad food. I mean, maybe it's peaches that they're selling everywhere and people get sick and die off of them. They would all be the same class, even though the economic difference.
No, probably not. With medical claims, you really it's obviously like some people might die, some people might get a little sick for their day, right?
They could all be individual.
That's a mass action. So you might hear of mass torts, right, where everybody takes a drug. Some people are killed by it. Some people have strokes. Some people are fine, right? So you got to go through every single one and do their medical records. But they're all consolidated in front of one judge so that we get consistent rulings.
So give a good idea of a class.
A class is more like, a car. Like a car is alleged to have a defect, right? So everybody who bought, this car we're talking about had headlights go out after, 3 months or something like that. Like, is that, we're not going to litigate every single one of those. Like, does Hyundai have to replace the headlights in every single car?
Or do they got to send them a check for reimbursement, whatever it happens to be.
Right.
And then, because everybody literally, I get it, has the exact same issue.
Yeah.
Where a joiner, real quick, is virtually the same thing or different?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit more of a proactive, when you're in a class, you might not, most 99% of the people don't know they're in a class, right? So the free credit report stuff's going on. We got all these people that ordered free credit reports, didn't think they had realized that they had done it, and were getting paid, are paying $90. Like, they don't know they're in the class. To join a lawsuit, you got to.
Hey, Dan, I have a
it.
quick question. It's not illegal to charge somebody for something they can get for free, is it? In other words,
people do it all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, with people, a good example is people who have money or think they have money in the Colorado.
The great Colorado payback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's people that pay money to
if I
get
charge you $50 to do that when you could do it for free, that's not illegal, is it?
Absolutely not.
Why?
No.
But someone's actually doing something, Doc. I mean, they're literally going on there and seeing if they found money for it.
But the individual can do it for free.
Well,
they don't tell you that.
I can mow my grass for free.
Well, you like riding on your tractor anyway.
You know what we run into is when we set up trust, we move the house into the trust, and that's a public record, of course, that a deed gets recorded. And there's companies out there that send very official-looking documents. They really look like government documents to our clients, saying, "Hey, you need to get a copy of your deed now." And there's some fine print in there saying this is not actually the government, but it really looks like the government. But it sure looks like they're being asked to pay $90 for something I've already given them as part of the process.
We see that all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly. Okay, Cindy called yesterday with old Ed Goldinger and Pinnacle Builders. So basically, how much money did you spend with them, Cindy? I just want to recap real quick.
Well, we gave them $31,000 so far.
Okay, so you've given them 31, and then basically at one point, he said he just simply can't finish the job, right?
Correct.
And how much is needed to finish the job at this point? Yesterday, you were saying that he owes you roughly $40,000.
Right. Well, we had a new person come in, and they said it would cost close to $7,000 just to fix the mistakes that they didn't get correct, so that it would pass the inspection, and then the total cost with that included for the new company is $46,000.
So 46, but how much work did this guy do for you for the 31? Did he do $31,000 worth of work? Or are you saying he did nothing, basically?
No, he did some work. He framed.
Yeah.
And they did some electrical.
Okay.
Which did pass, but the plumbing and the HVAC that they did not pass the inspection, and that's what's going to cost me a little over $7,000 for the other company to fix before they can even proceed.
But Cindy, out of the here's what I'm trying to get to. Out of the $31,000, how much did he do? How much work did you get for that?
I would say maybe $20,000, maybe.
Okay, then how can he possibly owe you $40,000?
I didn't say he owed me $40,000.
Okay. Well, then what were you saying? How much do you think he owes you?
I believe he owes us $15,000.
Okay, and that's what he believes.
Deposit.
So here,
Yes.
Suzanne, I want you to read one of the texts you sent off to Ed yesterday. Ed will not come on the air, which is fine. We can't make anybody come on. But the part that's driving me crazy about Ed, I'll say after this. But Suzanne, what did you text him, and what was his response?
Well, I just texted him yesterday during the call on a private message through the Facebook.
Yep.
To his company, letting him know that we have one of his customers calling our show, and we'd love to help get it worked out or get the other side of the story.
Our typical spiel.
Exactly.
So you did that, and this is before, by the way, we gave out his phone number. And the other thing we did with him, he had an ex-football player, I think for the Broncos, Stokely, right?
Yeah, Brandon Stokely.
Yeah, so Brandon Stokely was a spokesperson for him, or what we'd call in the business.
And still is, Mark.
Oh, I didn't know still was.
Yep.
Well, that's interesting. Actually, that's very interesting.
Over at the Fan, 104.3 or 104.5.
Yeah, so we gave out their studio text number, and we had people text over there. And then what did we get back from Mr. Ed Goldinger? By the way, we never heard from Brandon Stokely. We were just trying to warn him.
Do you want me to read the whole thing? It's not super long.
Yeah, go ahead, read it. He's the one, this is his response. We need to read it.
I'll just read as he wrote it. Ed, with Pinnacle Builders here, I recently received 3 chains calls reacting to a piece from your show. While I've not heard the copy, I've heard enough from the complaining people to narrow you might be speaking of. On the subject, your information is at best wrong, at worst slander. Upon my return to Denver, I will address that dilemma. The client was told on the 15th of September, just so you guys know, I would return the second payment of $15,000 upon my return. I can understand if that in itself is an issue to be made to wait. I've enclosed a screenshot of the email I sent all that day. Since then, I've had 1 phone call from them about this, meaning Cindy the caller. No response to the email or messages. I'm certain they are unhappy, as am I. However, the piece spoke of numbers of 40,000. I do not owe anyone 40 grand.
And that's why I wanted Cindy back on. I get that. Keep going.
They have exaggerated and set to burn me and my company in time of need. You really should have included a prior contact to me to validate the claim.
Which we tried, but that's fine.
I've watched you do your show for my entire career, and it has its value. But in this case, I'm disappointed. You really should have spoken to me first.
Now, in that email that he put a copy of.
I did not get the email.
Hold on a second.
I didn't get an email.
Well, okay, Cindy, that's fine, but he said he sent a copy of it. I read that email. Read the body of that email, Suzanne.
That he sent to her?
That he said he sent, yeah.
On September 15th at 2:08. And it's not a forwarded email. It's a screenshot attached email.
Yeah, I got you. What's it say, though?
Cindy, I have unfortunately run into family issues back in Ohio. Health and financial concerns have come to the middle of my life, so I will have respectfully bow out of our project per our last conversation. I will return the last payment of $15,000. That will leave an ouch in the contract for you to finish with another company.
Now,
I don't know what ouch means.
An out. But here's the deal. You don't need to read any more of that. Here's the problem with this. That was on September 15th. Here we are, October 20th. And the most we can get out of this guy is, I'm going to give her the $15,000 when I'm back in town. How many times did you ask him when he's going to be back in town? And I asked him by text when he's going to be back in town. And I'm sure Cindy has asked him. Have we got an answer when he's coming back into town?
I don't see an answer through all this string of when he will be back in town.
He didn't answer me at all. When are you coming back in town, Ed? That's what we need to know at this point. Because what makes me really nervous about all of that is he said he ran into financial difficulties. Well, that's not good, and I'll tell you why. We have something called the Contractors Trust Act. That money Cindy gave you is to be held for her job and her job only. I appreciate family matters. I appreciate crap happens, but that money is supposed to be held in trust, Ed. When are you going to give it back to her? Do we need to get the DA involved? Give us some information. Be forthright. Hey, I'll be back in town in a week. Maybe it's 2 weeks. And then that brings up another question. Does Ed keep his money under a
Yeah,
rock
I don't need
in
to be
Colorado?
in town to give money back.
That's right. Yeah. Why do you have to be in Colorado to do it? There's this thing called ACH. There's wires. Hell, there's Venmo. You could write a check and you could put it in the mail. And as long as you don't live in Franktown, you'd probably get it. So that's all I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. Generally, when people are putting off and not giving any dates, they're full of crap. They don't have the money. And that's my opinion, Mr. Goldfinger. That's my opinion. Is it Golddinger or Goldfinger? Goldfinger's the Bond film. Hold on. I'm a little worked up. One line open. 303 Martino. That's every excuse
This
in the
is
world.
Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
No complaints out there for drivers throughout the Denver metro as we hit that late morning. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds into and out of downtown. One incident of note on the south end, Santa Fe northbound at C47.
Wait. I love this. Weigh it and pay it. You know what that means? That means you have old jewelry laying around, maybe a ring you don't wear anymore, a gold necklace you wore in your 20s when you were going to the dance clubs. Now you want to cash in on it? David Ellis Jewelers. You want real money for your precious metals. You don't want to go to a pawn store. You want the best.
Check out David Ellis Jewelers. They're at 3rd and Clayton. You can go to their website, davidellisjewelry.com, but they buy it all. They weigh it right in front of you, then they cut you a check. It's that simple. They weigh it, they pay it. Paul the Waterman, check it out, the best for less. I was talking to Paul, I think 2 days ago. He has a new filter. You know, Denver, Thornton, all these water districts sent out notices, and I know you got one if you lived in Denver or Thornton, saying there's poisonous wherever chemicals have been found in the water and the levels are way higher than what the EPA wants. He has a filter he can install at your house for $299. That's it. $299 that can get rid of these chemicals. Check him out at waterpros.net or call him 303-862-5554.
Learn about history's greatest screw-ups on the podcast.
What did you think of that guy? Just totally out of curiosity.
The guy you were just talking about?
Yeah, the guy I was talking about. You heard the text. So it's been 35 days. The most we can get out of him is I will refund it when I get back to the state.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just nothing rings right about it.
Yeah, that's not really acceptable. And that is, it is concerning when people are like, oh, I'm having financial problems.
I know, and you just gave him money. Do you like Seinfeld?
Yep.
So this episode, I watched it last night. It's the accountant one. He's got Jerry's money. He's got some of Kramer's. And he's sniffing.
Yep.
And they think he's got a drug problem.
Yes.
You know, he was allergic to the sweater, but at the same time, by the end, he ripped them off.
Yep. Yep.
But what stuck out about that episode to me, even though I've probably seen it 5, 10, 20, 30 times, was, you know, at the end on the earlier seasons, he would be doing the stand-up, too, during it.
Yeah.
He said, when he was doing his stand-up, he said, you know, my accountant actually did rip me off a while back and got me for a lot of money, and he was a drug addict. So it was kind of funny. It was truly based on that real deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What's better, having an accountant that's a...
problem with, sorry to interrupt. This is the problem with me paying too much attention to detail. Ed fucking lied. Never sent that email. I can tell by looking at the screenshot he never sent the email.
Oh, then I want to talk about that.
Yeah,
Where is she at?
I let her go. I can get her back on.
No, we don't need to get her back
Yeah,
on.
he never sent it, Mark.
Okay, let's talk
Do you
about
want me to
that.
show you that so you know?
Guess it just drafted, but no.
No, you don't have to show me. I believe you.
Well, I know that, but I'm just showing you, like, okay, this is how I noticed it. He sent it here. Here's Ed. I looked at his screenshot. The arrow's blue. He never sent it.
Oh, so you're saying if I go...
No, this got to be by phone. I don't know about here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying this is by phone.
You're sure he never sent it?
I am positive. So if I compose a message to Suze, see the arrow's blue. But once I hit send, it goes to your send box.
Wow, okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? And
Yep.
there's no, he never sent it.
I got you.
What a liar.
Well, you know.
That's alarming.
He's got his cash in his shoebox.
That he would go to that extent is not good.
Woman attacked and pushed off bus. How about when Kramer took over the bus and he was driving the pinky toe to the hospital?
Making all the stops?
You are Batman. Yeah, that's right. I forgot he's making all the... Why were you stopping? They kept pulling the bell. I think that was the best written comedy show of all time.
Yeah, it's still funny to watch.
You know, if you watch it, Paul Reiser from, I think it was called Mad About You or Mad About Me, actually lived where Kramer did in one of the very first episodes.
Really?
It was a very strange kind of crossover, but it was real. They did it.
Now, that's spine1.com.
630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. You know, this Ed Goldinger, Suzanne just saw something. He said in that email that he sent it. Our caller said, no, I never received that email. That was September 15th. So it really doesn't matter. It's still a month and 5 days. But we're punching more holes in this guy by the second. What'd you find out, Suzanne?
Well, what I'm seeing from the screenshot he sent me of the email he sent her is that the send button was never hit. It's still a blue arrow. And if you use the Gmail app to do your emails on your phone and you look, the arrow is blue till you hit send. I don't think he ever sent it, but I guess I can't say for positive, Mark.
Well, looking at that, and you just proved it to me. You came in, you showed me the screenshot, then you said watch, and you typed an email to yourself, and sure enough, that arrow's blue. The second you hit send, that arrow turns to the light gray, and it's gone, and that's it. I think you found it. I think that was another...
And the fact that she said she never got it.
Look, this is just my opinion, but when a contractor takes your money, which they're not supposed to do and spend on anything else, but when they do that, then they have an email they draft to you, and whether he sent it or not, it says I ran into financial difficulties. This is terrifying. And I hope Stokely over there, Brandon Stokely on the Fan, he really needs to know about this. I mean, if we were out here, can you imagine if Tom or I were here talking about contractors you should hire, and they're taking money and leaving the state and saying they have financial problems? Do you think you'd hear anything out of us positive about that person? Hell, we'd be ripping them right on air. How many times have I ripped people on air that at one point we might have done business with? Then we find out they're not doing things right. So, Brandon, if you are listening, you really need to look into this guy, man. I get it. The salespeople sell it, and you've got to do it. I don't know what your contractual agreement is on the Fan. I don't even know if you have a choice. So maybe I have nothing to say to Stokely. But the folks at the Fan... come on, man. This guy is telling her, I ran into financial problems and owes her money. There shouldn't be commercials on. You shouldn't have one of your people over there talking about this guy. It's crazy. I am going to ask Dan McKenzie with the McKenzie Laws Firm. You just heard that. I'm just curious your thoughts on it. I'm not going to put any words in your mouth. And I know you don't know the case. You don't know him. You don't know the caller. You know nothing about it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have to go, as lawyers, we go after people for money sometimes, and you kind of see some of these tactics. So you never, as far as, I put the check in the mail, of course, is the classic one, but I sent the email and it's not sent or whatever. It's concerning.
I just can't believe the guy's saying, I'll pay you when I get back in the state. Like he's got a shoebox buried with their money in it.
Yeah,
hopefully he does. You know what? Who am I to judge? Maybe there's a Nike box out there sitting under a rock that Golddinger dug a hole in, and he's got to get back into the state for it. We should reach out to him again, see if he wants to come back on. But meantime, Ann, I appreciate you holding so long. I got a little fired up there. How can we help you?
Hi. Are you talking to me, Tom?
Yes, Ann. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm on the board of an HOA, and the bottom line is that we are concerned that our management company has access to our operating account and our reserve account, and we don't. And the reason for concern is that they're dissolving the company and not...
No, Ann, hold on a second. Are you talking about the management company or the HOA?
The management company is resigning.
So they're leaving. So the HOA hired the management company. Now the management company's pretty much quitting?
Yes.
Okay, so, and you guys are going to get another management company. Did you already?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, the transition, the problem is that our president of our HOA resigned, the vice president resigned, and the management company is quitting. And the three of us who are on the board who are left are very inexperienced, and we're not sure what to do. We're not sure if we should be concerned about our money.
But hold on one second.
None of us have access to it.
Okay, so the real question is here, well, wait a minute. Does the new management company, didn't they get the records from the old management company?
Not yet. The transition has been kind of rocky.
How long's it been?
Not able to... oh boy, Tom. This is all happening really fast. And
so it hasn't been that long.
It's been a couple of weeks. Okay. So this is one of our concerns. The transition was supposed to take place December 1st, and things have to happen pretty quickly because the new company needs a lot of information down to how we charge for late fees and all of the residents.
But hold on a second.
Email.
And can't the HOA, can't you guys tell them all of this information? Here's how we charge. Here's our bylaws. This is what we do on late fees. This is what we pay for. These are our common areas. This is our upkeep. These are the people we pay monthly for upkeep. Here's the trash. Here's the insurance company. I mean, doesn't the HOA, I realize you said the board, there's only 3 of you left, and the head and the second in charge, the Grand Poobah and his buddy checked out. I get that. But don't you have all the information? And if not, the management company would generally help you get all that information or figure it out.
Well, the new management company sent a list of things saying, here's what we need in order to get set up. They requested a check for $5,000 so that they could open up a new bank account. Haven't gotten it yet. Apparently the account numbers on our accounts, like our phone bill and stuff, the account numbers weren't provided. The vendors were, but not the account numbers. And
does the old management company have this information?
Well, there's been a lack of transparency that's just been really confusing.
All right, hold on. I got an idea. Just hold on. Hold on 1 second. I got to take this break. All right, Jim and Mac, you guys hold on as well. One line open, 303-713-8255. Any questions for our guest, Dan McKenzie? Anything to do with estate planning in any way? And I've got some email questions we have for him. Hold tight.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Easy driving throughout the Denver Metro before we hit that 11 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. Heading east and leaving the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound, road construction continues between Tower and 56th with slow speeds for folks leaving DIA. On the far south end of town, Santa Fe northbound at C470, road construction as well, with stop-and-go traffic back from Highlands Ranch Parkway this afternoon. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny out there today, high of 78, the warmest all week today and tomorrow. Overnight low of 43 before temperatures start to go down for the next week. The current temperature in Denver is 57 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. MVP's Pro Rewards members visit Lowe's now and earn bonus points on products and brands like DeWalt. Then redeem for Lowe's e-gift cards and more. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees. After applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. Visit Lowes.com/MVP bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Denver Regenerative Medicine. You know, these guys are a sponsor of the show, and we really like these guys. It's a great alternative, or it can be a great alternative, to joint replacement, maybe knee surgery, shoulder. You kind of get the idea. Stem cells are, I don't know, a lot of people don't know a lot about them, but here's the basic deal. If you want real stem cell treatment, you like Denver Regenerative Medicine. They actually harvest them from your own body, and then they use a guided needle or a guided approach to put them into where the pain is, and that should go in there and help the healing process. You know, most of the time, it's a one-time 3-hour pain-free procedure. There's no reason to do repeat for multiple injections. This clinic has been doing this for, oh my goodness, over 10 years. They're pretty much a pioneer in the system. So any questions you have, set up a free consultation. See if stem cells are right for you, if they can help you. 833-STEM-GEN. That's 833-STEM-GEN. Now, here's some words you never want to hear if you're a landlord or a homeowner or even a property owner of any kind. Fire, flood, broken pipes, mold, crime. How about an unattended death? Imagine if you're a landlord and you find out there's been a meth lab. You know who you need to call? American Restoration. Rock's the owner. I love Rock. He comes out and he can take care of any issue you run into, including asbestos. He can test for everything. If you were affected by those fires, he can get rid of any of the smoke damage. They've got the latest in technology, the latest in equipment, more than 20 years experience. They have turnkey solutions for removal, sanitation, even professional rebuilding, including drywall, plumbing, electric, the whole deal. American Restoration. If you ever need them, you're going to want this phone number. Put it in your phone, 833-7AM-REST, 833-7AM-REST. SimplyFloorsInc.com. What do I love about these guys? They bring the showroom to you. You want new carpet, you want new tile, new hardwood, and you want a great price on it. Go to SimplyFloorsInc.com. You can set up an appointment very easily right there. They show up, they bring out all the samples, or you can visit one of their 2 showrooms if that's how you prefer to shop. Personally, when we use them, they come to us. I love how they measure. They have free designer services included. This is the way to buy flooring. I've known Buddy and Karen Mitchell for years and years, over 10 years. Check them out at SimplyFloorsInc.com, and you can save up to 40% from the big box.
Get ready for the smart...
I spoke to Tanya.
Which one's Tanya, sir?
She's the one with
Oh, let's just do it on the air.
Oh no, she has all the stuff at home. She's gonna call me.
Cool.
She was at work. She's gonna call
And then
me.
you're gonna call over.
When she I want to see the
Both of
paperwork. So there's really nothing to say, except that she'll get back to me.
I wonder why this management company just won't give the information to the new management company.
Oh, that's what you need to ask her.
Well, she doesn't know. And then I wonder if it all ties back into the HOA president's in his sidekick stepping down. I wonder if there was mismanagement of funds. Because why would the original management company just say, hey, we quit? Unless if they're pulling out of the business altogether.
Right.
There's something there. All right, we'll take Mick, too, with that estate planning question. Do you ever like talking in pricing at all like a basic will? Do you have a basic package?
I do, but I don't really love talking about it because everyone thinks all I need is the base. Like crazy people, doctors who are in 3 marriages and have property in Hawaii. Like I'm simple.
What's that commercial, Doc, where he goes, you can get your third wife as much as insurance as your first wife.
Big Blue only has 2.
Yeah, but he's like you. Big Blue's got 2. He's on meds, too. Does your third trophy wife want the same life insurance policy your first 2 wives have? Call.
Or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guyry's, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
You know, we were talking over break. You know who I miss, those commercials? You'll know who I'm talking about, Dragon. Big Lou. He's like you. He's on meds, too. And I love the one where he goes, do you have that third trophy wife, and she wants as much insurance as your first 2 wives? Call Big Lou. He's on number 2. I'd like to call up and talk to this Big Lou. He'd be a hoot to have on the air. He sounds like he's had an exciting life. All right, I'm going to get right back to Ann. Hey, Ann, on this HOA deal, just answer a couple questions for me. One, the old management company that's stepping down, will they not give you guys the information like the account numbers and the checking and whatever you're looking for? Are they just flat out saying they won't give it to you?
Well, so far, yes. However, this morning they did give us view-only access.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
Now,
When you say view, you mean to like a checking account or what?
well, I don't know. I just got the email. I haven't had time to go in there and look yet.
I'd like, if it's view only and it's their own system, their internal system with all of your information, that's all I would give you as well. Why don't you check and see if that's going to be enough information for the new management company?
And just give the new management company my access code and let her.
I think that I see no problem with that whatsoever.
Okay, now
and see if that solves the problem. I'm trying to wonder. I'm wondering something. I'm trying to wonder. That's weird. I'm just trying to wonder. When we come back after this, I'm curious, do you think the president of the HOA that stepped down and the guy under him, the number 2 that stepped down, in the old management company, do you think they were not allocating funds properly? Do you think they were ripping off the community? I want to know where you're getting to. Mac and Jim, you guys hold tight. We'll be back after this. Hey, Mick, I'll bring you up next after the break, okay? What's your question, basically? All right, hold tight. I have no idea what he's talking about. The annual exclusion for gifts, maybe? Mm. Do you know the dollar amount? Okay. Yeah. I don't know what's so clustery about it. If it's over that, what is it, 15,000?
16.
Yeah, and if it's over 16, then you just file the form that goes against your lifetime exemption.
Everybody thinks that you can't give more than 15,000.
What is the total now, lifetime? 60 million?
12.06.
What year, here's trivia, what year was there no death tax at all?
2010.
Good one. No one knows that. Blake didn't know that.
So George Steinbrenner died that year.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yankees passed tax-free.
Holy shit. That I did not know. Yeah. I always wondered if some people in Congress dropped dead that year.
There was some questioning whether, like, are we going to see more deaths in 2010? Like, are people incentivized to die, basically? Will they refuse treatment knowing, like, if I die this time?
No. The human mind doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
You want me to what, son? I don't think so.
Turn
In
down
fact,
that surgery. Might save a lot of taxes.
oh my goodness. Now, if you had someone sitting in a coma for a very long time, I can't say it wouldn't go through your head.
Yeah.
Oh, chances of them coming back are pretty slim.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's going to be crazy tomorrow, Doc. I love Fridays. He might not be back in Monday. He's got to fly back out. Don't talk. I don't want to talk about anything. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, with him, of course not.
But he's gonna fly back out for a quick meeting in California on Sunday and fly back late Sunday night. When I flew into Hayward to buy that coach, it was right in the middle of COVID, man. And, you know, coming from Douglas County, we just didn't wear masks or anything. It's just...
And did you have to wear one out there?
Oh, my God. I couldn't believe it, man. And Hayward is probably, it could very well be the most conservative part of California. And it's just one big industrial area for the most part. The hotel was probably the worst. There was no shuttle service. They had big barriers up. It was just like it was so different than anything in Colorado, not just Douglas County, anywhere. It was different than DIA. It was different than anything. They locked that puppy down. I got an outbound I'm sending. It's pretty good. Hey, where's Shannon? Oh, he always gets mad when I say, not the Broncos. Who do I say? Air Force. I say you're in charge of Air Force. He's like, no, it's CL. Oh, is today the day, Suzanne? You said he had to go from like Boulder to like a restaurant or something. Oh my God. Does he get reimbursed for all the tolls and shit? That's Norm, right?
Who's he going to give that payout order
Who's
to?
that you're talking about, Mark?
Shannon.
Oh.
He does all the remotes. Hey, we're up right now, right? We're constantly up. In fact, before I do commercials, can you just put me up? Can you just keep me up as soon as we go to break in here?
But then you wouldn't hear if you switch yourself, then you would not hear the commercials in your head.
Oh, it would throw me off.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
When we first started the case, these people had no idea that their identity had been stolen out of a vehicle.
Suzanne, you haven't been helping me with my inventory. I'm behind. No beer for you. I got to nail Panacea. Lord have mercy. Panacea and Frank Duran. I'm going to do it.
Mark,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
You need to do personal in-house. Do I need to harass you?
No, I was just complaining that you haven't told me.
That's why Dragon said no beer for me.
That's exactly right. You're
Guess I'll
counted
put the
out.
six-pack up.
She's more of a hard liquor gal.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Man?
You know,
No, I'm not.
I can't believe it. Every night we get home, she drinks a full bottle of gin. And then chases it with Everclear. You know what that
And
is?
she looks great.
Hey, it must be working.
It must be working.
I even look great after she drinks the gin. It's alcohol therapy. How many alcoholics did this country make during lockdown?
Think about
it. I remember being so bored out there when we couldn't come into the studio. I don't mind saying it now.
Our whole goal was to see who we could get a growler from.
I'd be in my boxers with a T-shirt, considering that dressed for YouTube. And then I'd have my coffee mug that was filled with pretty much anything but coffee.
But people couldn't go out and buy alcohol. That's the problem. You had to have a reserve at home.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, and
No, remember our
we
governor.
Had a reserve, all right.
No. Our governor made liquor stores I think pot shops, too.
Well, I know pot shops.
What were they called? Essential businesses. You know what, though? You take alcohol away from, like, an entire state,
our bar down.
They might just burn the joint down.
Oh, my goodness.
That is crazy, though. You can't go to church, but damn it,
you can get
pot. You can go buy some booze.
I thought that was just stored, but no, that's empty. Yep.
Oh, it's pathetic.
I know, we were doing the show from Tom's house at that time. At his undisclosed location.
I know. I didn't leave Franktown. I wouldn't go to Denver. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to Denver and dying. There's no way. God, it's so funny. You know, when you're right in the middle of it, it seems like it'll never go away. Doesn't it seem it was forever ago now, like an entirely different
Oh, yeah,
time?
Of course. You know, I still think I got mine from...
Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take your complaints. We're here to try to recoup, make your life a little bit better. In fact, to the tune of over $300 million so far in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds. We had a pretty big one. It was either this week or last week. I forgot who got it, but it was significant. It was
$2,400.
No, I thought we had one around $20,000. What was the $2,400, Doc? By the way, that's Deputy Doc. When you call into the show and we assign different cases, we have different deputies depending on, you know, what they do, what their specialty is who we assign. Deputy Doc is one of those guys. What was that? Do you remember?
I think it was Marty. I'm trying to remember where...
I'm pretty sure
on something.
Someone got 20 or 30 grand in the last couple weeks. Hey, I'll figure it out when we get there. By the way, this hour brought to you by Water Pros, Paul the Waterman. I really like this guy a lot, man. I have now known Paul for a little over a year, maybe 2 years, and what a great guy. You know, a lot of these companies come out, they test your water, they try to scare you with those scare tactics, try to twist your arm into buying these $8,000 systems. I want to tell you something. If you live in Thornton or Denver or most water districts around here, poisonous forever chemicals have been found at higher levels than what the EPA wants. In fact, in Thornton, it was like 1,000 times higher. This is a real deal. You probably got the notices. He has an answer to this, and this one's going to scare you. You know, he's got water softeners for under $2,000, where the other ones are $8,000 from the competition. But listen to this one. He has a filter he can install in your entire house that'll block out those forever chemicals. $299. So listen to what I just said. $299. But any water issues you have, you want to go with the real deal, man. He's a licensed plumber. They'll do the free water test. They'll come out. They'll talk to you. And it's not high pressure. I can't explain it any other way. 303-862-5554. Waterpros.net. Now, I'm going to go back real quick. We had, and then I'm going to move on, but I don't think it's as bad as Ann is thinking. Ann has a problem. She's one of the board members on the HOA. The president, the grand poobah, stepped down, and then the second in charge stepped down. And Ann's having a heck of a time getting any information on different account numbers, on different things like, let's say, the insurance company for the HOA or whoever cleans the common areas. She's having problems getting any of the information from the old management company. But just this morning, they sent her something that may contain everything she's looking for. But the question I left last hour with Ann, do you think the old HOA and the old management company were in cahoots? And why did the old management company decide to stop doing your books?
Okay, so we are inexperienced, and we were hoping that you could help us interpret what we see as red flags. Could I just run through those in like a minute or under?
I'll give you a minute. Go.
Tell us
go.
what
Just
think?
go.
Okay.
Go.
Okay. So they were going to close our bank account on November 30th, and now they're pushing it up to November 15. There's no branches of the bank in Colorado. The company is actually dissolving. We haven't
The
gotten
management
any financial
company.
statements. Yeah, the
What's it
management
called?
company. So it's not. It's called HOA Matters.
Keep going.
And yeah, okay. We haven't gotten any financials reports since August. We found out that our phone bill wasn't paid for June, July, August, and September. We didn't have access to our stuff. We don't know if there's other bills that haven't been paid.
You know what? I'm going to stop you now. Yes, I think there's a lot of red flags. In fact, I'm going to ask in studio with me Dan McKenzie with the McKenzie Law Firm. They specialize in estate planning. But Dan, just hearing those lists, she didn't say, is there anything wrong? She said, are these red flags? If you were on an HOA or a board of some sort and the management company is saying we're dissolving and they're taking forever to get you any information, what do you think?
I mean, the challenge is when you're on a board, a lot of times you have like fiduciary duties to the people you're serving. You don't get to choose whether or not to pursue this or not. So yes, you should be very
these are definitely red flags. There is no doubt about it. You need to look at the information they sent you today and see if that answers all the questions. Meantime, I am going to have Smarty Marty kind of dig into this a little bit too if that information is not there. So, Ann, I want you to take that portal information, we'll call it, give it to the new management company, the log on, the read only, as you put it, and see if everything was there is supposed to be there. But really what you need to find is the banking account, the checking account records. That's the first thing I'd be looking for. Money in, money out. There's a reason everybody says follow the money. Money in, money out. That's what you need more than anything. The dues coming in and what they're going towards.
Yeah.
Got it? You got your marching orders. I agree with you. I see red flags everywhere. But you brought up a great point. They sent that information for you today. Get with the new management company. If there's anything past that information and they won't provide it, I'll get Smarty Marty or actually maybe Deputy Dollar. And the reason I say that is he's an accountant, a retired accountant. That might be the way to go. But either or. So, Suzanne, those are her marching orders until she gives that information for the login to the new management company and they actually figure out what is lagging and if there is any real red flags. But no, I don't mind going after a bad management company. I find it very odd, the whole thing. 303-713-8255. Mick has an estate planning question. Mick, what's going on?
I've got an inheritance I received. I wish to pass it on in chunks to my children, my grandchildren. When this question came up a couple weeks ago, there was quite a bit of confusion about the amount that I could give using the annual exclusion. When I looked it up on the IRS website, it says the exclusion is $16,000 once a year per gift.
That's correct.
Fully excluded to anybody.
That's correct.
With a 529 plan, which is the college funding plan, I am trying to figure out if there's any negative tax consequence for me giving that $16,000 to my grandchildren's 529 plan.
Here's what I want to do. I'm just going to be quiet and have Dan answer this. But Dan, I really also want you to talk about the exemption within itself, because I didn't want to just confuse people by saying there's only a $16,000 exemption per year, which is correct, but at the same time it goes well beyond that. So please, Dan.
Yeah, you're really allowed to give any amount to people as a gift. I mean, the $16,000 is just the amount you can give to each individual. So you can give, you mentioned kids and grandkids. So, of course, each of them you can give up to $16,000. And then if you go beyond that, it just means you have to file a gift tax return. You can wait until the next year. Next year, it just got announced, I think, yesterday. It's going up to $17,000, so it is going to be raised a little bit. But there are exemptions and exemption for education and health. So I think if you're working with a financial advisor, you should see really whether there is that $16,000. I don't know that that would necessarily be limited in a 529, which is specifically for education. I don't know off the top of my head whether 529s. There probably is some sort of annual limit that you can contribute.
Do you think Eric Reinemere would know the answer to that, Suzanne? I do. I think Eric, our accountant, would know that.
I can try him.
Let's try that. But Mick, so, and for anybody listening, the $16,000 you can give to as many people as you want per year with basically not filing any other paperwork. If you gave someone $100,000 total, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, you would basically say it's $84,000 because that would be over the $16,000, and then that $84,000 you would file a gift return, and that would go against the giftors, the giftors lifetime exemption, which is 15 or 16 million.
Yeah, it's 12.06 million a day. That's going up to 12.92 million next year, so still very high. What I said earlier about health and education, I mean, another option is if your kids have tuition or health expenses, like you really want to pay those directly. Don't give those to the kid. You want to, like, for instance, pay that tuition, actually, and that does not count towards the $16,000.
Oh, okay, I see.
So that's another way.
So one of the things that our kids are older now, but when they were younger, our trust had certain milestones in it to where they would receive stuff.
Yeah.
And one of the, this is if we both croaked. I mean, honestly, it's chances of that stuff happening aren't high for anybody. But, for example, you don't want any kid, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Mick, I'll come back in a second and ask if you have any other questions, but most people don't want any child, let's say at 19 years old, to inherit millions of dollars. I mean, they don't know what to do with it. Most likely they're going to blow through it very quickly.
50-year-olds don't know what to do with that.
You're absolutely right. We hear these stories about people of all ages winning the lottery, and they end up more broke than when they started off. So inside of a trust, you can actually say, and correct me if I'm wrong, like, I will give $100,000 for college at the age of this, or if they graduate from college, they get this amount, or they get this amount for a car, or this amount for a trade school, or you set up an actual trustee, whether it's the uncle or whoever it is, that can make those determinations for them.
Yeah, we certainly like the second option a little bit better. Just got to be very careful when you specify things, because college is great. I went to college. I loved college, but there's lots of reasons that great people don't go to college for good. You don't necessarily want to disincentivize people from doing stuff that would be better. So the better idea is to pick someone you trust and tell them, look, here's what I'm trying to accomplish, and I'm going to leave it up to you to figure out how to do that.
But that's kind of where a guy like you comes in. That's what I like about the McKenzie Law Firm. I mean, people can call up. Everybody's in a different circumstance. And they call you, you sit down with them or have a Zoom or a conversation, whatever they're comfortable with, and they explain everything and explain what they want to happen. And then let's get real basic. They might just need a simple will. They might need a very complicated trust. They might need multiple trusts. I mean, who knows what they need? Yeah. But that's what you do.
Right.
And how long does that, and I don't know if there's such thing as an average person, but let's say an average family of four that lives in Highlands Ranch or Parker. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. The normal person. How long does it usually take to get an idea of what they need?
I mean, we get that idea pretty quickly. I mean, at a first meeting, I usually have like an hour-long meeting. I can kind of get a good sense. I mean, it takes us, we spend about 6 to 8 weeks drafting plans to make sure we get everything right. But
to get an idea of what they need, that initial consultation is doing all that.
Usually, yeah.
That's pretty cool. And then you come back with a flat price.
Right.
And if someone already has a trust and they just, something changed in their life, they want to change the trust, does it save them money? I know this is an open-ended question because who knows? I was going to say, does it save them money to kind of update the trust? And the reason I would say you'd want to update the trust, the hardest part about having a trust, quite honestly, is funding it. It's a pain in the ass. I bet you've done a bunch of trust over the years that have never been funded.
When we do trust for people, we put the house in the trust. We put the stuff in the house in the trust.
That's great.
And then we work with them to try and get the business. So that is very important.
You do the legwork.
So, we're not contacting banks necessarily, but at least we do what we can do to get them on a running start on that.
Oh, great. Real quick, Mick, do you have any other questions for Dan?
No, I just wanted to make the point on the limitation this year because it seemed to be a sense of confusion 2 weeks ago.
No, it's not. I guess it's confusion, and it's not. Here's the bottom line: you can gift anybody $16,000, soon to be $17,000, but you can gift them way more than that. You just have to fill out the paperwork, and it goes against your lifetime exemption of $12.5 million.
Right, 12, yeah.
I don't know how else to put it. I mean, that's really it. It's not that confusing, but I get it. We probably made it confusing at one point. 303-713-8255. We've got one line open, transmission issue coming up, and then problem with damaged product that was delivered. By the way, I want to give Dan's number out real quick. You have any questions on a will? You have any questions on do I need a trust? You get it. 303-578-2745. We love this guy. Hold tight.
Meet Mike Lester, host of Guarding Your Nest Egg Radio.
Hearing from people that their advisors have just told them to hang in there, or their advisors go, hey, I know things have been tough. Why don't we just move you over to this annuity? That is not active management of portfolios. That's when things get tough, you just push your client to something that pays you a commission. We care about our clients. We care about our listeners. Information is power. And if you have more information, you'll be able to make informed decisions.
Visit guardingyournestegg.com.
You know, the leaves are falling, and the prices at K&H Home Solutions are falling as well. This month, you can save up to 40% on their beautiful windows or siding, their doors. They've got the best lines out there. They've got James Hardy. They've got Everlast siding. And you know what? There's a little more. If you buy a brand new door from them, you get a storm door for half price. If you've been looking to get that house to looking a lot better, just give K&H a call. They're not high pressure. They come out, they do the free estimate, show you their entire line. Doesn't matter if it's windows, siding, and doors. These guys have been around forever, over 50 years. 303-421-7100, 303-421-7100, or khwindows.com. Paul the Waterman. I'm just going to go right to it. $299. You're in Denver or Thornton, anywhere where there's Forever Chemicals in your water and you receive that letter, $299. He can come out and solve that problem. He also can do full water system softeners for under $2,000. The competition is always around $8,000. Paul the Waterman, 303-862-5554. Call him up, $299. You can take care of that problem. 303-862-5554. Okay, I have no choice but to do a shitload of shitloads. Panacea. Oh, I did do, Paul. Thank you. I forgot I did that in content. Panacea. Panacea. So, our daughter, I never understood law school by any means, but so she now refers to herself as L1, first year. So, the entire first year class, and tell me if it's the same way almost everywhere, if you know, they're all the same professors, the same students. L1 for that first year is together for the entire first year every class. Is that norm?
I mean, we were divided up into 4 sections, but yeah, each section went around, and we all had the same class.
And they're so small, that's why this is probably just everybody.
Yeah.
Same for medical school. First 2 years, everything is the same.
So what does she expect? So like second year, that's where you might start thinking, okay, I really want to get into a DA's office, so I want to start doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's where you start kind of cherry picking.
A little bit, yeah. It's not quite as important as like a major in undergrad. I mean,
but their main goal is to get you to pass the bar, right? I mean, really?
No.
Oh no.
I wish. You get out of law school, you got to pay $1,000-something to take a bar exam class because, yeah, you have no idea. Yeah.
I didn't know.
No.
I figured they're like, okay, you paid us X amount for 3 years.
Now you're ready to pass the bar? No.
Does not work that way.
It's hilarious.
What's the time frame between graduating and taking the bar?
So, yeah, July. So you graduate in early May, and you take the bar late July.
And if you fail, can you retake it next July?
February. There's a February and a July.
Basically two full months?
Yeah.
And then she'll take it probably in Wyoming, but that includes Colorado and some other states.
The laws have changed on reciprocity.
But if you move to somewhere where there is no reciprocity, you would just simply take their bar?
You have to take theirs.
Oh, wow.
Nothing simply about that.
And I heard in Florida that could be a real killer. Texas, it could be a killer because there's a lot of different...
California's got a 50% passage rate on their bar. It's really low.
What's the highest rate, you think?
I mean, a lot of places it's well into the 90s, I think, in Colorado.
California's 50%.
Yeah.
Just because of all the weird stuff.
Yeah.
Or the
I
different
don't think you
stuff.
have to have a law degree in California to take the bar exam, so who knows who's taking that thing.
It was like that in New York for a while. Martino took the bar in New York years and years ago, but he couldn't become a lawyer.
So why take the bar if you can't become a lawyer?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask Tom that. Well, you know Tom, because he wanted to prove that he could do it.
Right.
I guarantee that's the answer. He got in trouble. He ended up winning big time, but he got in trouble for practicing law without a license. He had Texas Attorney General. The Bar Association, they all got involved, but he was found. There was no issue.
AgentWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. 303 Martino. Any problems you got? Any questions, complaints, bad contractor? You get the idea. You get it. That's what this show's about. Hey, don't forget, 303 Martino works on and off the air. You know, I love companies that we represent to give things away for free. If you have a dog and that dog is not acting like it used to, maybe it takes longer to get up, maybe it's arthritis, maybe it's anything, any kind of injury, anything. The guys at Panacea want to send you free CBD. The only thing in exchange for it is they want a quick video of what's going on with the dog. They'll send you the free product. They'll be on it for weeks. And then they want you to send another video of the dog doing the same thing. In other words, if it's hard for the dog to get up, 2 weeks later, you're going to send them a video of that dog doing the same thing. And they're doing a clinical trial on these CBD for dogs. You got to check it out. It's 100% for free. It's not like they're going to charge you shipping or any of that. And more importantly than anything, it can make your dog's life a lot better. So, you know, a lot of us, we love our animals, and this is a good way, if they're in pain, to check it out. But here's the email, then I'll make it easy. The email is K9Study2022 at PanaceaLife.com. K9Study2022 at PanaceaLife.com. And that's K9 spelled out, by the way. K9 Study 2022 at PanaceaLife.com. And if you didn't write that down, just email us at help@troubleshooter.com, and we'll send you whatever information you need. Help@troubleshooter.com. And then I just love when our sponsors make our jobs easy. How hard is it to say? How hard is it to simply say, here's free stuff, we're going to prove that it works? I mean, you can't get any better than that. You know, it's kind of like when we do spots for Frank Duran, the real estate man. He's the best guy out there. He can sell your house for more than virtually anybody out there. And if you're looking for a new house, he can negotiate the price down, especially right now with housing coming down. This is when you need the best realtor out there. FrankDuranHomes.com. Now, 303-713-8255. Suzanne, who should I go to? I'm going to go to Jim. Jim, what is going on with you?
How you doing, Tom? I've got a little transmission problem.
What is it?
Yeah, I got a 2008 Toyota, and about 2 weeks ago, transmission fluid started to leak.
Where was it leaking from? Was it like from the cooler line, the transmission, where?
Okay, well, I just saw a big puddle on the bottom, and I didn't know. So I took it to a transmission shop that I dealt with.
Okay.
And they said it was the seal on the transmission pan.
Okay, that should be a quick fix on most vehicles.
Okay, yeah. So he says, all right, I've dealt with these guys for 2 years with this car doing all kinds of things. Wonderful people up until now. Anyway, they took the car in, they fixed it, said your transmission pan's fixed, your leaks are taken care of, you're good to go. $318.
Hey, Jim, real quick, what kind of vehicle is this?
It's a Toyota 2008.
Toyota what?
Impala 2008.
Chevy Impala 08. How many miles?
Oh, it's got miles, 190.
Okay, go ahead. So you get it back, 300 plus, now what?
They put a transmission in the car about a year and a half ago. Same people. Anyway, so I got a leak. They fix it, calls me in the morning, says your car's good to go, everything's wonderful. Good luck to you. I took the car out. I drove about 20 miles. I do DoorDash. I drove about 20 miles, and I felt slippage. Took it back over to him. He looked at it, and he said, I'll call you in the morning. Called me in the morning. He says, oh, you're going to need a new transmission now, $3,100.
Hey, I want to ask a couple questions now, Jim. I get the idea of the problem. When you purchased a transmission a year and a half ago from them, was it a rebuilt with a warranty, like a 3-year 36 or a 1-year? Was it a used transmission? What was it?
It was a used transmission. I was under the understanding it was 2 years. I signed a slip that says I accept the warranty, but I'm reading it. It doesn't say how long it was.
Well, okay, and if it was a used transmission, it's a used transmission.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, the car ran great for 2 years with that.
Okay.
But then I got this leak.
Yeah.
As I just told you what happened.
Yep.
I got in the car, I drove it, and they said, oh, now you need a new transmission. It leaked out again. 20 miles after they had just fixed the car.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, but are you saying, hold on. When you picked it up and they first did this gasket, this transmission pan gasket, you drove 20 miles and then all the fluid came out?
I don't know if all the fluid came out. It started to slip.
Okay, so you're just driving it.
I was close to the shop. Yeah, I was close to the shop.
Hold on.
So I took it right back to the shop.
Jim, hold on. When you first brought it into them after seeing all the transmission fluid, for the first time after a year and a half, you brought it in, they diagnosed it with the gasket. Was it slipping at that point?
It was just starting to slip.
Okay.
About 2 or 3 slips.
Okay.
I added more transmission fluid and drove it to their shop.
Listen, man, I don't think... Well, what are they telling you now? What do you want done?
Well, they're telling me that after they fixed it and I was good to go, 20 miles later, the whole transmission went out.
Yeah, but it was already slipping. Listen to what you're saying. It was already slipping before you brought it to them.
Right.
So
I felt a little bit of
the problem was already there. Jim, listen. The problem was already there, okay? They, in order to even do anything to see where they were at, had to do that transmission gasket, or else the fluid would keep leaving out. So they had to sell you that $300 gasket, then put fluid into it. They had to do that. How would they even be able to test drive it or know that it's slipping or anything else at that point?
No, I'm fine with that. If they did a 318, thank them. I was fine with that.
So what part aren't you fine with?
The gasket, you did this work. Putting the gasket in, filling it up with transmission fluid, and telling me the car was good to go.
Well, okay, they shouldn't have said
100% fine.
They shouldn't have said it was good to go. Let's do this. Suzanne, I want to get Jeff Vick on from Kimmer Transmission. And I'm not going to go over this time. I'm going to take a break real quick. Let's get Jeff Vick on. What I'm trying to explain to him, Jim, what I'm trying to explain to you is it was already slipping. I understand you brought it in. I understand they sold you the gasket and you're good with it. But that gasket had to have been done just to put fluid back in it. They shouldn't have said, okay, the transmission's great, now you can go. I think what they meant was, is it's not leaking anymore, come get it. Then when you started driving it, it went back to the original problem it had. But let's get an expert on.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
Big drama south of the downtown area, I-25 southbound after University Boulevard. We've got an accident in the 2 left lanes with stop-and-go traffic back from the Emerson Street overpass and about 10 minutes of delays for drivers. Into downtown proper, I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds. Up on the northeast end near Commerce City, I-270 westbound showing normal slowdowns at the exit to Vasquez. And towards the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound road construction continues between Tower Road and 56th with slow driving for folks trying to leave DIA. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny skies and warm this afternoon with a high of 78 degrees, overnight low of 43, and the sun remains tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver 68 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop today and save big. Blindster.com.
Frank Duran, the real estate man, how I love thee. You know, Frank helped us sell our house in Castle Rock. He got us more money than that same exact model in the neighborhood than anybody else. He got a bidding war going, and it was something to be seen. It was crazy. We had 35 offers after he listed it on a Friday. And then when we bought our new house out in Franktown, oh, man, did he beat that guy up, got us the best price out there. More than ever, right now, you need the best realtor out there. That's Frank Duran. He'll also do a free analysis on your house, tell you what it's worth, absolutely free. FrankDuranHomes.com. That's FrankDuranHomes.com. Denver Regenerative Medicine, these guys do real, and I mean real, stem cell therapy. That's when they harvest it from you. You're your own donor. They go in, they get fresh, good stem cells, they harvest it, then they use guided needle approach to put them to what hurts. Maybe it's your shoulder, maybe it's your hips, maybe it's your knee. What I want you to do, though, is if you have any kind of ailment like that, you might as well ask them if stem cells are right for you. Are they going to do the difference? They're going to give you the straightforward advice on it. And if you do decide, generally speaking, it's a one-time 3-hour pain-free procedure. There's usually no need to repeat it. And this clinic, they're a sponsor of the show, and they have been performing stem cell therapy for more than 10 years. 833-STEM-GEN. 833-STEM-GEN, or check them out at denverregen.com. Okay, check email.
I missed the transmission call. I want to tell Jeff Vick what it's about. What is it?
Hold on a second. I just got to see what this is. Oh. Yes. Yeah, yes, I got it. Would you text Dan and tell him that Ross is going to be there at 2:30, not 2:20? Yeah, Dan Miller. Just say Ross isn't going to be able to be there till 12:30. Dan will know what you're talking about.
12:30
Yeah.
or 2:30?
12:30.
Okay, and then real quick, what is the transmission issue about?
It's they put in a used transmission. It leaked fluid. They did a gasket. The guy paid for the gasket. Now it's slipping. It's pretty straightforward.
It was slipping before they...
I know. What is Tom talking about in this email?
I forwarded you and him in feedback email
Oh, okay.
on help.
Got
so then Tom responded to just our personals.
Got it. Loyal listener. It's becoming more and more difficult to listen. Tom constantly feels the need to say something in the middle of a sentence. Okay. We get it, it's such bullshit. If we sat there and said, okay, go ahead. Who was the guy I was just talking to with the transmission? I'd still be listening to his story and still have no idea what he's saying. Although, I don't know. Everybody's different.
You think you cut people off too much?
He's not. He's talking about Tom. He's got his own. Me, he doesn't like when I... Let me see what he said about me. Mine's a different issue. It is... let's see here.
I'll tell you what Tom does.
They don't like the ads. Well, who does like ads, guys? You think we can get rid of ads? You think we'd have a show without ads?
But you know what, Tom?
Mark used to... Wait, caller to start over. Do not help make things more clear. They just caused a caller to start over. Mark used to do this, but recently he's been adding his comments and questions in the middle of the problem. And then, bam, it's time for a break. Okay, we can streamline better. You know what? I'll take your... I agree. We can always get better, Rob. I agree 100%. Now, ban him.
But you know what Tom does a lot?
What?
His mind... Someone will call up and say, I have a 2017 Chevy Tahoe, blah, blah, blah. And he's already thinking what the problem's going to be, and he forgets it was 2017. Sometimes he loses...
Tell you about Garage Magic. It's polyaspartic coating for your garage floor. You know, I had that stuff done in our garage and outside on our patio. On the patio outside, they actually put down a texture so you don't slip and fall, but it can make your cement look brand new, and it's tough as nails. We take a power washer to it once a year and basically hit it. You can do it more than that, and it looks brand new again. Lifetime warranty. Just a good product. Give Garage Magic a call for a free in-house estimate, 720-600-HOME or GarageMagic.com. All right, 303-713-8255. One line open. I'm going to go right to one of our experts, Jeff Vick with Kimmer Transmissions. Jeff, I'm not going to bring Jim up until I kind of give you the story real quick. How are you doing today, by the way?
Oh, you know, still short, fat, and ugly. You'll recognize me anywhere.
Oh, man, you've lost so much weight. You're full of crap. You're like Tom now. You pick the cheese and the toppings off the pizza. You're watching the carbs. You look good, man. I saw you last week, and I mean that.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
All right, so check it out. Jim had a used transmission put in a shop about a year and a half ago. About a month ago or whenever, recently, there's a bunch of fluid on the ground. So a year and a half later, there's a bunch of fluid on the ground. It's transmission fluid. He either tows it or gets it up there to where he had the used transmission put in. They said you need a pan gasket. So they sell him a pan gasket. They put it in. They say, come and pick it up. Okay, you follow me so far?
I'm with you.
Now I'm going to throw two other things in there. It was slipping a little before he saw the transmission fluid and had them do the pan gasket or agreed to do the pan gasket. When he picked it up, after they did the pan gasket, put the fluid back in, about 20 miles after he was driving it or less, it starts slipping pretty bad. He is thinking that they screwed something up doing the pan gasket. The fact that it was already slipping prior to, and by the way, we're talking about a 2008 Impala with almost 200,000 miles on it, but we have no idea how many miles on the used transmission. But what do you think of there? I'm not even going to seed your brain. What do you think?
No, I mean, if it was slipping prior to him dropping the thing off, them putting it in, I mean, odds are, particularly with a leak like that, he was already low on fluid before it even went in. No, he was on his way to failure, and then that's why you do use transmissions. You already had one used one. Why do you want another one?
And Jim, that's what I was trying to explain to you. I don't think they did anything wrong, but I want to ask Jeff one more question, then I'll let you talk, Jim. Jeff, the only way they'd be able to test it at this point, in other words, because there was such a massive leak of fluid, don't you think they would have had to have done that gasket at minimal just to see where they were at with the transmission?
Yeah, you would have wanted to get it back to a drivable condition.
All right, Jim, go ahead, sir.
Okay, back up just a second. Where I felt the slippage, when the transmission fluid came out and I saw it, okay, I started to drive the car a couple of blocks to an auto parts store, got transmission fluid, put it in, then the car started to drive okay. That's when I took it back to the transmission shop. When I got there, I said, look, it's leaking out the bottom. You can see it. He says, we'll fix it. Then I said they fixed it. Everything is good. He said he checked out the transmission. They took it on a test drive for 5 miles. Now, I'm not a mechanic, but I've been told that if you want to find out if the transmission fluid's still leaking, you got to go more than 5 miles to get it heated up.
Not necessarily, no. And, if it was slipping for 2 blocks, depending on how low the fluid condition actually was, that's enough to burn it up right there.
Jim, I just don't think I don't think they did anything wrong. Jeff, you're looking at this from a wide angle. Do you think they did anything wrong in this circumstance besides selling them a used transmission?
Unless, when they dropped the pan to change that gasket and there was material, or it was obvious that the fluid was burnt and then they didn't bring it to his attention. Outside of that, no.
Okay.
Okay.
They told me that there was no metal when they dropped the pan. There was no metal and the transmission was fine. That's what they told me. They said, we see no metal in it. We're good. We fixed the leak.
Jim, there's two different things here. And and I'm going to see if Jeff can explain it, but I'm going to try one more time. I don't think they did anything wrong. Maybe they shouldn't have said the transmission's great, but it didn't matter. It wasn't great, nor was it under warranty. And they had to do that gasket to get it to that part. Were they idiots in telling you that it was in good shape? Yes, but I don't think they owe you anything.
Yeah, at best, because I'm sure at this point they're talking to you about either replacing that transmission or rebuilding it. Credit back whatever you paid for that service, that oil pan service, toward that repair. That'd be about the closest thing I'd say that they owe you anything. And
Jim, what are they quoting you to fix it this time?
They said it'd be a little over $3,100 to put another used transmission in.
See, that's crazy. Jeff Vick, a 2008 Impala, and I know, I don't got the VIN number, I don't know what engine, but just what would the range be on getting it fixed properly and not putting a used one in?
Low end's probably roughly around 25, high end's probably around 39 to 4.
Bam. Jim, get it over to Jeff, and what's your warranty going to be on that, Jeff?
224.
2 years, 24,000 miles, and it's probably going to last. Outlast the rest of that car, and it's going to be cheaper than a used one that's going to have almost no warranty, if not 30 days, and go out on you again in another year for the same price, maybe even cheaper.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, if I take it over to this guy that you're recommending, what do I do about the 318? Well, at least in the same place.
Listen, Jim, I go back to this. I'm putting them on hold. Jim, I really do want you to call Vic, and I want you to get the right diagnosis. I want you to get it fixed. I want you to get it fixed correctly. I swear to God I do. But I don't think they owe you anything. I think they did exactly what another shop would have done. It came in, they see the gasket leaking, they did the gasket. They're not a transmission shop, and let's just say, like they told you, they didn't see any metal in it. What else could they do, Jeff? Do you think they owe them that refund? I agree that if they were selling them the transmission, maybe deducting it would be a nice thing to do, but I don't see anywhere where they owe him $300.
No, I don't see where they're obliged to anything.
No, and they're not a transmission shop. You had a used transmission put in what I'm going to call Jiffy Lube, or whatever you want to call it. Jeff actually does one thing. Kimmer Transmission does one thing. You know what it is? They do transmissions. By the way, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, thank you. 303-693-1400. Haley's got an issue with H&R Block. And then Mac, I'm going to go to Mac probably next. Holy moly, a problem with the damaged product. I don't know if like UPS or what. What are we talking about? I don't know. We're going to find out after this. One line open, 303, Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Plenty of drama spots popping up throughout the Denver metro as we approach that noon hour. I-25 southbound after University Boulevard, a recent bad accident has been cleared. We're still seeing stop-and-go traffic back from the Emerson Street overpass and about 1 minute of delays for drivers. Heading to the south end of town, C-470 westbound at Lucent Boulevard, we've got a right lane block due to a crash. Completely stopped traffic back from Broadway. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, sunny skies today, warm in the afternoon with a high of 78 degrees. Overnight low of 43. Tomorrow mostly sunny again with a high of 78 again. The current temperature in Denver is 68 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
What's it like being a kid that grows up in the dark underbelly of the Mexican cartel? Find out this week on Red Pilled America when I share my very personal story. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app, Stitcher, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
You know, we were just talking about a great shop. That was Jeff Vick. He helped us out with that transmission problem. And hopefully that guy listens and goes over there. He's going to get a great transmission. He's going to get a warranty. It's not going to be a used deal. But Sheridan Auto Tech is another great shop on our referral list. Kevin Calkin is the owner. In any vehicle you have, not only can he fix whatever problem you have, and they're really good at electrical. You have an electrical issue you've been dealing with for a while, no one can figure it out, get it over there. But they can maintain your car. They can do all the services. They can do the flushes, the oil changes, the brakes. They can do whatever needs to be done. Check them out at SheridanAutotech.com. That's SheridanAutotech.com. Homevestors, these guys, they're the we buy ugly house people. Maybe you just inherited a house and it was from a person that, let's just say, was a hoarder maybe, and it's in horribly bad shape. Maybe you've let your own house get to the point where you don't want people coming in and looking at it. You just want to sell it and get that check. You want to check out Homevestors, 800-44-BUYER, or, of course, WeBuyUglyHouses.com. Help DE. Go ahead.
Does it matter? You said it wasn't a transmission shop. It's called Eagle Transmission. Does that make a difference? I didn't hear the call.
No, it doesn't make a difference. If they're selling used transmissions, I don't know what to say. If they're not actually repairing them and they're putting used transmissions in, I don't consider them a transmission shop.
Okay.
I don't care what they call themselves. I can call myself a doctor.
What you said. He said if they're selling used transmissions and not repairing them, he doesn't consider them a transmission shop.
Just tell him Jeff's going to handle them better than anybody.
That's what I told him.
Okay.
But he did say, call Jeff Vick, our expert, the phone number I gave you. He will handle you. Best to you. Bye-bye.
I mean, I get his frustration. He wants his money back.
Dragon, I'm sorry, were you saying something to me?
No, we're good. That's just
Got it.
He paid for a damn service, and now he wants his money back for the service that he got.
I know.
It's not going to happen.
I can't, well, nor should it happen. I can't go to bat for that. I think selling used transmissions for virtually what you can get it rebuilt for is ridiculous. Hey, Dan, when someone really old like Doc walks in, do you give them a discount because they're so old? Don't hit the button. You can't go on air.
No, it's offline.
Okay.
What I was going to say is he probably charges more because it's going to...
it's being done under duress.
Yeah.
Have you ever showed up in a hospital for real?
Oh, yeah.
Does that happen a lot?
Not a lot, but it has happened. Yeah.
Oh, my God. I'm going to bring that up. I never even would have thought of that.
Yeah.
That's interesting, yeah.
So like, the kid holding the hand and saying, you don't like your daughter anymore.
It's not ideal for that reason.
All these personal injury attorneys advertise that they'll come to the hospital to talk to you.
Like Saul Goodman, they've got the trunk full of neck braces. You're going to need this in a wheelchair. Here's a walker, some canes and crutches. Yeah.
That was a great show, Better Call Saul.
I only watched the first season where he literally got out of prison and he moves back to that little town living with... They thought he was somebody else, if I recall, but I only saw the very first season. Or am I thinking of something else?
You're thinking of something else.
Oh, I probably am.
Did you think that he was the guy... He had an alter ego that worked at Cinnabon.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Then. I've never seen it. I wonder what the hell I'm talking about.
One never knows with you, Mark.
I knew that was coming. I just opened up. You got us all 4 hours?
Yes, sir.
Sweet. We're so spoiled we usually have 4 board ops. It's like, why can't we have the same board op? Even if you guys rotate, it'd be nice to have the same person for the day.
Well, heaven forbid iHeart be fully staffed.
Back in the day, it was so crazy. Let's say 2016, this entire building, every floor was packed, man.
Oh, the good old days.
The good old days.
What are they doing with all those empty desks and computers out on the floor? Does anybody know?
No idea.
There are more computers than there are employees.
Oh, my God, by far. And then if you count monitors, double it. All the invisible employees out there have 2 monitors.
Just as a frame of reference, remember when we had everything out there was torn out? That was supposed to be a 2 to 4 week remodel.
All right.
We're in week 21.
I know, it's crazy.
It's nuts.
And how many times have they done the floor? The red floor?
Yeah, 3 times that I can get, that I've been here for. And I was gone for a year.
Oh, Mark, Mac's been holding the longest, okay? Hello.
He hears you.
He does hear me. He's just ignoring me.
I didn't hear that.
KHOUT.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. One line open. Ripped off, taken advantage of. 303 Martino. We love solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. And I'm hoping we help that guy out. I hope he actually calls Jeff Vick over a Kimmer transmission. If you can get a rebuilt with a warranty compared to a used one, it is what it is. And what did he say? It is he said the used one was a transmission shop. Why, Suzanne?
Because it's called Eagle Transmission.
Well, Eagle Transmission, if you're selling people used transmissions, and if you're doing the pan gasket and then shipping it down the road and telling them it's in good shape when it isn't, I don't consider you a transmission shop. I could call myself doctor from now on. I mean, Suzanne knows I'm the doctor of love, but I could easily just call myself doctor. Doesn't make me a doctor. So by calling a place a transmission shop does not make you a transmission shop. And I don't know them from anywhere, and I don't think they did anything wrong. I don't. I don't think you should sell used transmissions for $3,100, though, when people might be able to get them fixed for under that with an actual warranty and get it done right. Now, Mac has been holding the longest. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Hey, Mac, I appreciate your holding. By the way, one line open, 303 Martino. Mac, what's going on?
Well, thanks for taking my call, Dr. Love.
You got
my
it.
issue should be simple. My issue should be simple, cut and dried, and the solution should be simple too. I own a metalworking manufacturing coolant company or distributorship, and on a monthly basis, I get deliveries of about 40 or 50 drums of coolant. Back in May...
How big are these drums? Are they like 50 gallons?
55 gallons. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. I got a picture of this.
And
so the chemicals come in.
Right. And I use a locally owned and operated trucking company to bring these to me and do it on, like I said, a monthly basis. Back in May, when they went to drop off my load, there was a hole poked in the side of one of the drums. And you could see where they wrapped it with plastic trying to keep it from leaking, but it was still leaking, onto the pallet.
Hey, Mac, how do you know that didn't happen where they picked it up, out of curiosity?
Well, why would the driver sign saying I'm picking up this load and everything's okay, and then it's an LTL too, so it's a load to load. So they move it from truck to truck as they bring it across the country. So
okay.
Yeah, when they picked it up from the manufacturer, and this is coming from the manufacturer of the product that I distribute. So, the manufacturer is not going to ship damaged product.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, if they picked it up and it was leaking and it's coming out of New York, hell, the drum could be empty by the time it got to Colorado.
Hey, good point.
Right?
And I was going to ask you that. How high up was this puncture on the container or the drum?
It was about halfway. It was about halfway up.
And then how much
but anyway,
of a loss is that to you, a dollar amount?
Well, it's about $2,000.
Holy moly. All right, hold tight. You're going to be right after this, man, but we got to take this top of the hour. I want to see where this is going. Maybe we can call up that shipping company for them and see if we can get them that $2,000 or $1,000 if it's 50% there. I want to figure out the rest of that. And then Haley's got a problem with H&R Block, and then we're going to talk a little Turkey Day with Pastor Lauren. Everybody hang tight. My name's Mark Major. This is the Troubleshooter Network.
Well, you shouldn't play. We'll do it next week.
But those two guys, you can still play.
Yeah, I know. I'll think about it, but just take care of yourself. That's more important than anything.
Okay, kiddo.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
I want to know who's calling you kiddo.
Oh, it's my buddy. He's 82, who has more money than God. He owned a collection agency, Mark, that had Every department store has its clients. Lord & Taylor, Saks, Fifth Avenue, Nordstrom's, Macy's, you name it. They were his clients.
Hilarious.
So you can imagine how well he did.
All right, we'll jump back in and talk turkey.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
You want a water, man? You want anything? You want ice?
No. It's good.
Want some peanuts?
Yeah, we got a bunch of different bags of regular peanuts, cashews, or honey-coated peanuts.
Oh, we have protein bars.
Yep, granola bar.
Take one of those. Yeah, sure.
Which one?
Say granola bar and maybe some cashews too.
Cashews.
All right.
Cold symptoms that are now going downhill. Things like really fast breathing, a really high fever, or you're getting so sick that your child is not able to properly eat or drink and getting dehydrated. Those red flag warning signs.
4 employees of a Mississippi daycare center are facing felony child abuse charges after a worker appeared in a scream mask and is shown on video scaring toddlers at the facility earlier this night.
Going back to that Matt guy with the delivery stuff, I don't even know what he had delivered. Did you hear?
There's something in drums. There's some kind of liquid in a drum. He didn't say what.
Was he going back to him?
Well, yeah, he definitely was not finished with him.
All right, thanks, guys.
Polar opposites between the West and East Coast. The West is dealing with record high temperatures and air quality alerts, while the East Coast, as far south as Florida, is under record cold. Stephanie Ramos, ABC News.
These crackers are my crack. Oh. They're horrible for you. There's no nutritional value. It's like fake peanut butter and the worst crackers you could ever imagine.
Yep.
But God, are they good. It's funny, anytime I say, okay, so we have peanuts, cashews, almonds, and honey-coated. It's always cashews. Cashews are the
best.
I love almonds, but I like chocolate-covered almonds. Straight-up almonds, I'm not big on.
No.
You like the Jordan almonds, right?
Hmm?
The Jordan almonds or the chocolate covered? The Jordan almonds have that candy coating around them.
Chocolate, dark chocolate.
Right.
Suzanne, are we meeting Dan?
Oh.
Are we meeting Dano?
Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay, I
How's
told
Dan
him,
doing?
I said,
I haven't seen him for a while.
You're not playing racquetball with him?
No, he's playing with Ross today. He keeps bugging me, man. I got to get back in the jam.
I said, I think, he said, do you think we're getting together? I said, I think so. Are you still available after the show? He says, yes. Or he says, yep. That's
Cool.
what he said. So,
Let's go to the lactose place.
Really? Oh, the one we always meet him at? They're going to, yeah.
Or
No, let's do that.
or if that grapefruit's out.
It's not. I'll look on their website. What is it called again? Oh. Okay, you're going to have Mark, how do you want John Fuller's topic? Email or text?
Email it.
Okay. I'm going to email it to you right now.
Is it first break?
It's first break.
So, Dan, Dragon, right there, board up. What did you weigh? What was your heaviest?
Really unknown because my scale only went up to 350. So when I started this most recent journey, I was 346.
He was 350. How many pounds did you lose?
153.
Guess how long it took him?
6 months.
How many pounds?
150?
153, yeah.
153 pounds.
A year.
A year and a half.
Year and a half year. I say a year.
1 year.
1 year.
1 year to the
Did
day.
he do the soda?
No.
No, he did the I'm going to eat right and exercise.
Yeah.
Oh.
He did it the hard way. I've been trying to get motivated. I was doing great last year. I was doing yoga 4 or 5 times a week. I was playing racquetball twice a week. And we were walking the dogs like 3 miles when we'd walk them. This year, I'm just like, fuck it. I got to quit looking at pizza. I got to quit drinking beer. I just got to do it. It's one of those deals.
And you're dragging me down
Mark.
with you.
Same thing. I was good last year, and then this year I just fucked it up.
Totally. We carpool. It's like,
I did
let's
great
do
during
yoga.
COVID.
Okay.
I couldn't have done better than COVID.
Where are we doing yoga?
No.
At what brewery are we doing yoga at?
Yoga's a ball buster, man.
Yoga's dreadful. I hate
It's like
yoga.
110 degrees in there.
You're standing still doing nothing, but it's freaking painful.
No, I'd like to do that yoga. That's not what she drags me to. That's my kind of yoga. Actually, the closest to that would be HPF, where you're like standing on one leg and shit for a long time.
Yeah, it's painful. Sucks.
I get it. That's credit. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We like making your life better. We like going after the bad guys, exposing the bad guys. You can help us with that. You realize, even if there's no hope for you getting your money back, just exposing a bad contractor could save the next person. I mean, it really could, or a bad shop, a bad anything, a bad doctor for that matter, a bad attorney, you name it. Bad people need to be exposed. 303-713-8255 is a number. We have one line open right now. 303-MARTINO, over 300. Say it with me. $300 million in cash, merchandises, exchanges, refunds, services. Go ahead, say it, Doc. Let's see if you got it down.
I don't have it down. $300 million in cash, redemptions.
No, you're way off.
Okay.
We'll keep it right there. But it was a nice try. Hey, I do want to talk to Dan McKenzie. He's in studio with us, McKenzie Law Firm. Estate planning is his main gig, and this guy is really good at it. Any estate questions you have, I want to hear from you. 303-MARTINO. I had one come in by email. Interesting way of putting something. What do I do if someone dies? In other words, they're basically saying, if I wake up and my spouse died in the middle of the night, I mean, what do I do? What is the first thing you do when someone dies? I mean, I have no idea. You call 911, I would assume.
Yeah, that obviously should be our first step. I usually try and tell people who are coming to us, they're coming to us to find out, like, all right, how do we get their assets figured out and that kind of thing. I usually kind of reassure people, like, look, we have some time to do that. The statute actually says you have 3 years to file a probate. Most people don't wait anywhere near that long, but you don't have to get on it the next day or anything like that. It's just give yourself a chance to breathe a little bit and get, the arrangements made for memorialization.
I don't even know if you'd know the answer to this. Like, if a scenario like that happens and 911 comes, who ends up calling the coroner? You don't, right? I mean, that's going to be the EMTs or it's going to be somebody.
Yeah, I think we've had a couple of clients recently whose family members died in the home, and I think there is a rule that There has to be an autopsy when someone dies outside of a hospital because they're not sure how it happened.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So,
Doc was telling us during a break a couple ago, and I hope you don't mind me bringing this up, Doc, but you were in Vegas about 4 years ago at a hotel, and your girlfriend was there with you for the trip, and she died.
Right. She unfortunately drowned in a bathtub.
In the bathtub. You tried CPR, you tried everything.
Of course, absolutely.
How do they, just curiosity, so she's from Colorado, I assume.
Right.
So what happens with the body? Do you got to ship it back?
Her family had it shipped back to Colorado for the burial.
Did they look at you? And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean because you were there.
No. I mean the family or the cops?
The cops, whoever shows up.
No, the cops talked to me briefly. They saw what was going on, that I was giving her CPR, and they know why she drowned.
What a horrific story.
It was horrible.
Oh, my God, man. It's like I can't even imagine something like that.
I felt guilty for a while because, like I said, I was just watching TV, and when a girlfriend says, I'm going to go get ready for dinner, you figure, well, she's going to take a shower, a bath, put her makeup on. You don't think about the time. And then I realized that I wasn't hearing anything, and that's when I went in, and I always, say, well, I should have gone in sooner. But you just don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. I mean, first of all, you have no idea how long someone can take to get dressed. I mean, you just don't know. There's times Suzanne can be ready in 10 minutes. Other times it's an hour. I mean, who knows? So 303-713-8255. Also, Dan, another question. Do you get called to a hospital a lot? Like something happens to someone, they end up in the hospital, and it's one of these deals like maybe it's been a long-term ailment and now the end is truly close, and they kind of waited to the last minute, literally?
It happens. It does happen, and it's really not ideal. I mean, obviously, if anybody's going to challenge a will, signing it under duress, under extreme time circumstance, that's no good, right?
That
so
is
don't
no
wanna,
good.
It's not what you want to have happen, but sometimes that's the situation.
Can you do a video will in Colorado or,
No.
well, not anywhere, but Colorado?
No.
So it's got to be a written.
Yeah.
But even a napkin, if there's nothing else, I mean, really something.
One of my favorite law school, I think it was a footnote to a case, actually. Somebody scrawled his will on the hospital wall. And they actually had to cut that wall out and take it into the court to
That was
for
a
the
real
probate
deal?
process. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah. And there's another one where, yes, a woman did draw an arrow pointing at a dot on a cocktail napkin, and then she passed away, and her boyfriend said, I'm this dot, and this arrow represents everything going to me. This is her will.
Holy moly, how did that end up?
It did not work. You have to sign a will and make a...
What happens if there's two kids and they each have two wills? In other words, like the brother has a will saying everything goes to him, and the sister seems to have one too. How do you know which one to go by? The date?
Yes, yeah. So, and
if
usually,
they're both valid.
If they're both valid, and hopefully the later signed one says, I'm revoking everything that came before it, because you can have situations where you got two inconsistent wills, and, court's got to figure that out.
So you will actually litigate, too, if needed?
Yeah.
Okay. How often does that happen in your practice?
It's not terribly common, but we're not really, we don't actively seek those cases out. But you never know. I always tell people, look, the loveliest person in the world can walk in your office and say, I need help administering my parents' estate, and then you meet their brother, and it's like, oh, the brother's horrible, right?
Well,
so
and really, it's the opposite of what your firm is set up for, because in reality, you want to get people's you want to get their life in order before they don't have a life anymore.
I mean, even if they've planned, something's got to be done now to actually administer the plan. So even if you've done a great job of planning, there's still going to be stuff you have to do after you pass.
What's the majority of people that come into you? Does it end up being a simple will? Does it end up being a trust? I know you talk to everybody and come up with what's right for them, but in general, if you took 100 of your clients, like what is done the most?
I would say, there's kind of a middle ground where it's like people are thinking, well, I'm going to have a trust or I'm going to have a will. And really, you can have a trust that just says, look, I'm trying to avoid probate. I put it in this trust, but it's going to make outright distributions at the end, right? We're not doing anything fancy with lots of withholdings and directions and all that kind of stuff. And then the other side is, we're going to do a will. We don't need a trust right now. Our assets are pretty modest, but we have little kids. So we need trust planning just in case. So the will just says, create a trust if I pass away. So no trust now, but could be one down the road.
All right. Any questions you have for Dan, you can call in now. And, of course, I'm going to give out the law firm's number. You guys can set up a free consultation. They're really good guys. He'll sit down with you for free, tell him everything going on, kind of what you want. He'll put together a package, and what I love is that flat rate pricing. He's going to tell you right up front exactly how much it is. It's just a good way of doing business. 303-578-2745 is his number. 303-578-2745. Now, I'm going to go back to a caller we left off on last hour, and it's Mac. Mac ordered some drums, 55-gallon drums. What was it again, Mac? Was it coolant?
Yeah, it's coolant. It's a mineral and vegetable-based oil coolant.
Okay, so he orders them. They show up on the truck, and someone took something and wrapped it around one of these containers or one of these barrels to try to stop the leaking. It's pretty evident that a hole got punched into it. What did they wrap around there, like duct tape or something? What was it?
Plastic wrap. It's a stretch wrap that's around a lot of things that are shipped on pallets.
Yeah, I get you.
I need to note is with this product, you mentioned just before we left that, maybe some of it was salvageable. First of all, I don't sell these in partial drums, number one. So it was a product that was out of that drum. Secondly, if it's punctured, it's a mineral and vegetable-based oil. We try to avoid at all costs any contamination.
Got it.
I don't know what was poked in the hole on the side of the drum. And thirdly, when the driver delivered it, and of course I took pictures and had everything documented right away, he called his supervisor. They sent another truck and picked the whole drum up and everything and hauled it away less than 2 hours later.
So they came, they picked it up, they saw what's going on. So what do they say when you go, okay, well, who's paying for this?
They don't want to pay it. They claimed that when it was loaded on the truck back in New York, that it was damaged when they loaded it, which, again, like I said before, it doesn't make sense because, first of all, the manufacturer wouldn't ship it that way. But secondly, why would the driver receive it when it's leaking and then, take the chance that nothing was left in the drum when it got back to Colorado?
I mean, those are great questions. I assume you called the manufacturer and they're saying it was fine, or you never did call the manufacturer.
Oh, no, I did call the manufacturer, and they have the signed documentation that the driver picked it up and everything was okay.
Okay, so he acknowledged it was fine. It shows up not fine. So what does the shipping company say when you give them that proof?
They don't want to pay me for the cost of the drum.
How much was the drum?
Like I say, it's a little over $2,000.
How much are they willing to pay you?
Well, this morning, and again, this comes back from May, right? We've been going back and forth on this. They said they were willing to give me $1,000 for it.
And how did they justify that?
They said because it was leaking when they picked it up.
Got
it.
it.
Not leaking when they picked it up.
All right. What's the trucking company's name?
Load to Ride.
Are they a pretty big outfit?
They've got quite a few trucks running around. I believe they're based out of Wheat Ridge in Colorado Springs.
Oh, that's good.
And again, I've been they're a locally owned and operated company. I've even offered to talk to the owner, Mark, but he won't talk to me. So all I get is the broker guy, the sales guy that coordinates the loans and tells me when my product's going to be delivered. That's the only person that has had any communication.
All right, here's what I want to do.
Some guy on email that just says,
hey, Mac, here's what we're going to do. I want to give this to Smarty Marty. I want him to call over to Load to Ride. If they signed off, here's what I'd like you to get to us, though. Can you get a copy of where they acknowledged it was in good shape when they picked it up?
I get the signature from the driver that picked it up, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. Get that over to Marty. I want Marty to reach out and basically get in touch with someone over there. And by the way, give Suzanne anybody's information you've talked to at Load to Ride. But I'd like to figure out how they can say they picked it up in good shape, but yet it was a manufacturer. It really makes no sense. And I agree with you 100%. A manufacturer that's selling this vegetable oil or whatever it is, why would they ship it out with a hole in it? They simply wouldn't. It doesn't make any sense. And the reason I said, by the way, Mac, that if it's only missing half, they only owe you half. I wasn't thinking of the contamination aspect, but I was thinking you were using it in manufacturing so you could use it. I didn't realize you were just reselling it, so I agree with you there. So let's do that. Suzanne, get this to Marty. Get any information Mac has on who he's dealt with Load to Ride. And I'm glad they're based here in Colorado. One of the great things about this show is it's here in Colorado, which is a great place to live, but people get to hear us. When the company's right here and they're being talked about on the air, you know, it's a great thing. But see if Load to Ride wants to come on as well. Marty, maybe you can set them up to come on the air and we can get their side. But I don't know what their side could possibly be.
And Mark, isn't this a clear-cut case for small claims?
Well, it could be, but I think they're going to take care of it just by a phone call. I would hope so. I don't know what leg they're standing on. What were you saying, Dragon? All right, 303-713-8255. Dragon was basically saying, you got to get to commercial, so we're going to do that. Haley's got a problem with H&R Block. We're going to talk about that. And then Pastor Lauren, you'll be next. I got one line open. Actually, we'll have two. 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off. You've been taken advantage of. You want to expose a bad guy. Now's the time to do it.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Denver area attorneys, a partner men can count on. 8101 East Prentice Avenue, Suite 475, Greenwood Village, Colorado, 80111. Online at CordellCordell.com.
You know, I have my accident attorney, John Fuller, on. I really like John Fuller. We were talking the other day about a certain caller that called in on a case. But, John, something that you impressed upon me over the years we've known each other is the importance of getting involved as soon as you can after an accident. Why is that so important?
Hey, Mark, you know, if I could really ingrain one thought into your listeners, it would be this idea that the moment you get in an accident, you need to start thinking about preserving your rights and protecting, you know, all of the things that are going to be important to you in this case, and recognizing that it's not going to be taken care of in good faith. They just aren't. The entire system is set up to take advantage of people that are inexperienced and not represented, and you have to accept that fact early on. So I'll pose a question to you, Mark. Do you think you were better able to handle your accident when you called me within minutes after the accident?
Oh, my God, absolutely. I can't even tell you any other way. And more importantly, listen to this, John. There's someone that works here right in this building. I'm not going to say their name. They got hit by someone. The other insurance company kept saying, yep, we're going to pay all your medical bills. We're going to do this. We're going to make it right. When it came to missed time, they kept saying that. All of a sudden, 2 years went by, and she couldn't do anything. In fact, I think I talked to you about that.
As I recall, I think the statute of limitations ended up running for that person, didn't it, before she successfully completed her case?
Yes, but the other insurance company kept making all these promises. They outright lied to her.
And doesn't that just offend everything that's right and holy? I mean, this person was led to believe that everything was being taken care of correctly and that they were going to do the right thing, and the clock struck 12 on the last day of the last moment that she could have preserved her right, and bingo, she had no further rights whatsoever. Her case was completely dead.
No,
that's a great example.
It's horrible, though. I mean, really, these guys get away with murder, and unfortunately, sometimes they do it legally. But here's the deal, man. I've used you twice. Anybody out there that's trying to deal with injuries right now after an accident, that's trying to do it yourself, you're crazy. Just call John Fuller. And the other thing I love about John, he can kind of tell you anything you want to know about your case. Like, well, how much do you think it's worth? Will I get repaid for this? Can I collect this? He'll give you all the information. I personally use him. He is my accident attorney, and you can find him at myaccidentattorney.co or call him at 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors.
Oh, I see. Fix it and granite.
No, but I do know this, Dad. I was 9 years old when you and Mom started Sunlight in our garage, and we continued
I'm ready whenever.
After this one.
Well, buddy, like I've always told you, kids, we're not talking rocket science. Treat people how you want.
I gave his right website out, didn't I?
What did you...
MyAccidentAttorney.co.
Give an exact quote up front and stick with it, and do what you promise. You also
He's not yelling down the line, so it sounds good to me.
Good things happen, and that's certainly working out. And it always does not. So, may I say it one more time? Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacing windows and doors, you have our word, we'll treat you right at done right.
Right now?
22-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
You know that cold weather's coming. This is probably one of the last days for this deal. Fix It 24/7. If you're a new customer, that is a caveat. They'll come out to your house and clean that furnace for $39, and it's not a BS clean. They actually take it apart. They get the #1 killer of a furnace out of there, and that is dirt. $39. They want to introduce their great technicians and the company to you. They want to put that little sticker on your water heater and your HVAC, so if anything ever breaks down, you know who to call. $39. Get it done. Fix It 24/7, or check them out at fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. Tell them you want that $39 Martino deal. Now, let's talk about the art of granite. When I wanted new cabinets, and, well, I'm lying right there. When Suzanne wanted new cabinets and new countertops, we called Mitch Floria. He came out, he measured the bathroom upstairs, did the whole thing, showed us all the different cabinets he had. We got to pick out, I think we went with granite upstairs, but they got marble and any hard surface you want, Mitch Floria has. They came out, measured. About a week later, the fabrication guys came out. Oh, my God, is it gorgeous. Then we did the downstairs bathroom and the laundry room. We did part of our kitchen. And the great thing about Mitch, if you just want a ballpark of how much something will cost, or actually I say ballpark, but a pretty good idea, send him some pictures, and he can do it with a few measurements and a few pictures, give you an idea how much a new kitchen will cost. Check him out at that's THEartofgranite.com, theartofgranite.com.
This is Dan Kaplis. Hey, Denver.
As the weather cools now, we have neighbors in our community who will struggle to keep warm. That's why Catholic Charities needs our support. Please consider donating to and unhoused. Find shelter and a warm meal in trying times. Make a donation at ccdenver.org.
All right, so now when you come back...
Are you married, Dan?
Yep.
Oh, he's not
Kiddos?
4.
Oh, my goodness. How many?
4 kids.
And how old are they?
19, 16, 11, and 9.
Whoa. We stopped at 2.
Yeah.
Mark?
There's,
Mark?
Totally the plan.
I stopped at 1.
You said it's myaccidentlawyer.co. John said you said myaccidentattorney.co.
Oh, I thought I messed it up.
He wants you to correct it coming back if you don't mind.
Not at all.
I didn't have him until I was 42.
My Accident
I didn't want to
Lawyer.
have kids.
It's myaccidentlawyer.co.
And since you're making that correction, you might as well do some in-house inventory, too, since you're so freaking
Thanks,
behind.
Dragon.
Jeez,
Thanks for
man.
helping me out.
Thought you were professional.
You know,
And now you just broke
never
the damn
does a
mic?
show go by.
What the hell, man?
There is not.
You
I
got
think
20
Michael
seconds,
Brown
you better
fucking
fix it.
sabotages
Do you need me to do that for you?
No.
All right. We're down to 5 seconds.
Doesn't matter. I'm
Okay.
a professional.
myaccidentlawyer.co.
All right. myaccidentattorney.co.
K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Generally, I'd never have to correct myself, but I have to now. You know, John Fuller, I was talking to him. I really do love John Fuller. If you need a personal injury attorney, we have literally used him twice, and no one could have done a better job. Period. End of story. You get to deal with John. We kind of got off on a different thing there when we were talking, but he's a great guy. But listen, his website is myaccidentlawyer.co. That's CO as in Colorado, not com. myaccidentlawyer.co. Any information you want when it comes to personal injury, I'm not kidding. And speaking of great lawyers, check this out, the Harris Family Law Firm. You know what's interesting about these guys? If you're thinking about a divorce, they have what they call, in fact, Dan McKenzie, he's another great attorney in studio with me. Dan, listen to this. They have what they call an early neutral assessment. If you're thinking of getting divorced, but have no idea how it'll affect you financially or with the kids or with anything a divorce comes with. They'll actually talk to you and paint you a picture of what your life will most likely look like afterwards. And I think that's brilliant. I think other people should do that.
Yeah, there is. I mean, there's definitely a movement in all areas of law to try and get people to consider just resolving claims. Yeah, friendly,
just like a marriage.
Yeah,
yeah. It's very cool. Neutral assessment, early
and I'll
neutral
bet they
assessment.
tell you what you can and cannot do to stay out of trouble. In other words, you can't. If you're thinking about it,
they tell you everything.
Right, you can't just go and empty your bank account.
No, not only do they teach you the rules at the Harris Law Firm, if you're really thinking about it, but I think the goal is kind of more like what Dan was saying, to have the best outcome possible. But what I really like is you get an idea of what the financial piece would look like, what the kids would look like. They'll even talk about the pets. But anyhow, you got any questions with these guys, the Harris Law Firm, 303-515-5000. They have, over 25 attorneys, 25 years in businesses. That's like 250 years of collective experience. They're just a great family law attorney. 303-515-5000. Okay, 303-713-8255. One line open. Thomas has a question for our attorney in studio, Dan, with the McKenzie Law Group. Dan McKenzie. Dan, Thomas, what's your question?
Yeah, Mark, I'd like to, my girlfriend of many years tells me I need a will, and I'm telling her I don't need a will because I have only 2 cars that are real properties, and everything else is an investment in which I have beneficiaries set up upon my death. So I don't understand why she's pushing me to get a will.
I mean, Dan, that's a great question. If someone owns 2 cars and they have like a checking account, I don't know what he has, but you set the beneficiary for whoever it is, give some reasoning why they would need a will.
Well, there's still personal property, and a lot of times administering someone's estate is also about handling any debts, and you might not really have any debt, but, bills keep coming. You do get bills, I'm sure, every week, just like all of us, and somebody's got to deal with that stuff. So just appointing that person and making it clear. I don't know, you've been with your girlfriend a long time. If you want her to be receiving anything, you just want to make sure that it's, especially, again, personal property. People kind of underestimate. It might not be worth much.
All my investments, which I have many, are split 50-50 between my daughter and my girlfriend. And my daughter, although I raised her and she's got my last name, I saw her birth, she's not my biological. But she's got my last name because she went to school, and at the time, through Social Security, you could change names.
Did you actually legally adopt her, Thomas?
No. She
Okay, hold on.
Name.
Hold on. This is a very interesting. I don't even know if you know it's interesting. How does that work if she's not legally adopted?
Yeah, she's not. In the eyes of the law, it's very cold-blooded. Your kids are your kids, no matter how long it's been since you talked to them. People you might feel very close to are not. And, I mean, the challenge, I guess, is you really do want to make sure, it sounds like this is a situation where I would be telling someone, like, avoiding probate's probably good. I don't know if you know who your heirs are under state law, frankly. We'd have to draw out a family tree to really figure that out, and just make sure there's not someone out there, because it's going to be someone different than probably you anticipate, frankly.
Yeah, in other words, man, if anything, you probably need a will. I mean, or something else.
It'd be my younger brother, and he's already written me off many times, which is fine. I have no problem with that. But anyway, he can't touch the stuff that I have set 50-50 with the girlfriend and the daughter, correct?
Think of what you just said again, though. It's not your daughter. I know it is, and you know it is, but the eyes of the law, it's not. What he's saying, what Dan's saying is that could be some issues out there. Even
with the beneficiaries set up for upon my death, 50% goes here and 50% goes there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, it depends on who has the right, like, the issue is, okay, who's going to receive this if there's no plan? And frankly, it is pretty hard to figure out what happened with designated beneficiaries if someone wants to challenge it. But you can challenge those too, just like a will. You could say, hey, this person was mistaken about something or forgot about me or whatever else. I mean, I don't know if that's a huge risk based on what you've told me. My bigger concern for you, Tom, really is like incapacity stuff, actually. I don't know if you have powers of attorney, but like, again, hospitals, banks, they're not talking to your girlfriend, and they're not talking to your, the daughter who's not really a daughter. So you got to get that written down.
All right, you've kind of spoiled my morning because I have to tell my girlfriend she was right.
Yeah, and just and a simple will's not going to cost you that much. I mean, you might need more than that, but I mean, it just is what it is. You should get it done. And you brought something up. If he does become incapacitated, we say, hey, you're in the hospital, you're in a coma. Like, who does, if you've never designated anybody a power of attorney, who does decide who pulls the plug?
I mean, it's, the hospitals have their own legal departments, but there's a pretty darn good chance they're going to be like, we got to talk to that brother.
Yeah, because blood-wise, it's not the daughter. He's not married to the girlfriend.
Yeah.
You could possibly have someone you've never met deciding on whether you live any longer.
I had a friend who had a brother died very young. It was very unfortunate. Unplugged question came up, and they had found out he'd gotten married on a whim. And, he never lived with this woman, and she's like somewhere out on the East Coast. The hospital found out about it, and they're like, we got to talk to this woman. She's the wife.
And it was her decision?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, she said, I will go with whatever the family says here. I don't want to make this decision.
But they didn't but she didn't have to.
She did not have to. She could have made a different decision.
All right. By the way, that's Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law Firm, 303-578-2745. Thomas, just give him a call, man. I'm not kidding. That's you've got a few things going on there you got to give thought to. Pastor Lauren, I promise right after this I'll go to you. And then Haley, I promise, one line open, 303 Martino, 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Leland Conway at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Murdoch's Ranch and Home Supply.
Mostly calm driving throughout the Denver metro for that early afternoon. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. Heading to the far south end of town, Santa Fe northbound at C-470, we've got some road construction with stop-and-go traffic back from Highlands Ranch Parkway. And heading all the way northeast, leaving the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound between Tower Road and 56th. Road construction continues with heavy traffic for folks leaving the airport. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a sunny day today, warm in the afternoon with a high of 78 degrees. Overnight low of 43. Tomorrow, 78 again, mostly sunny skies. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Murdoch's Ranch and Home Supply has the winter gear you need. Now through Tuesday, October 25th, save on warm winter clothing and boots, animal beds and blankets, yard care items, snow blowers, and even a portable heater. Only at Murdoch's and Murdoch's.com.
Paul the Waterman for less than $200, or I'm sorry, less than $300, $299. He can put a whole house filter to help you protect from poisonous chemicals, or we call them forever chemicals. In fact, if you live in Denver or Thornton, and I believe this is really, I'm pulling it up right now, but it's actually more like 12. Let me read this. Yeah, over a dozen Colorado water districts have what are referred to as forever chemicals. They're PFASs, and it's pretty crazy. The EPA says you can only have like 0.02 per trillion particles, but places like Thornton are like 1,000 times that, and they send out notices. You don't have to buy an $8,000 system to protect your family. Call Paul the Waterman. He sells the best for less, and he gives it to you straight. He'll test the water for free. And like I said, he has got systems for $299 that can help you. 303-862-5554. He also has full house systems that can do water softening, do whatever you want for thousands, and I mean thousands less than the competition. Waterpros.net, or give them a call right now, 303-862-5554. Joseph A. Lazara, here's an attorney. We have a lot of great attorneys on referralist.com. Here's one I hope you never need. He's a criminal defense attorney. And here's the deal with Joe. He knows everybody, and I mean this. If you get in trouble, maybe a DUI or a domestic violence or anything, it really doesn't matter what it is. He can help any criminal out there, and if you didn't do anything, here's the cool part, he can fight for you and prove to the jury or judge that, you didn't do anything wrong. But Joe is really a good guy, and some stuff like DUIs he actually does on a flat rate basis. But give him a call, or actually don't give him a call, but put the number in your phone. If you get in trouble, the last thing you want to do is start shopping in jail for a good attorney. You want to use who we already shop for. Joseph A. Lazara, 303-429-6200.
For over 150 years, CIBC has helped people go from where they are to where they want to be. From leading few employees to managing an entire workforce. From starting local to going national. From generating wealth to generations.
Doc, I donated way back when Trump was running for the first time.
You donated to him?
I don't know what ultimately, I don't know who the hell I donated to. $25. Worst damn thing I ever did.
Now you keep...
It's 6 years later.
And you're still getting emails.
I get emails and texts from every fucking Republican that has ever been born anywhere who wants money. And I can't get rid of them. You block them, they come back with a different text.
It's a different name. They keep changing it.
Don't ever donate anything to anybody online.
Oh, absolutely not. I would. The only ones I donate to are like, remember when you had that?
I got to call in and check on Donald.
Yeah, but that was different because that was a GoFundMe, right?
Yeah, they don't sell information.
Right.
Oh man, can you imagine if someone hacked into their database?
Oh.
Okay, I did Harris.
Sessions. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical now for a consultation and exam to see if your neuropathy can be treated. He'll provide a painless neuropathy severity exam, normally $200 for just $27. Take action before your neuropathy gets worse. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical.
Any of your kids looking at law school or?
My eldest son talks about he was not the most dedicated student, but he's pulled it together. He's at Metro now, so we'll see what he does. He'd be a good litigator.
Awesome.
He wouldn't do what I'm doing.
Our son is the opposite of our daughter. She went in, she just turned 20 in law school. So, I mean, she went through Metro as fast as you can in high school.
Wow.
Yeah, the next youngest is 20. I think there's a couple people 23. Remember, her whole class is 69 people. I mean, it's a small school. But the average is, 30 years old. But our son, we drug him by his nose hairs through high school. We didn't think. He failed gym. He failed gym because he didn't show up.
Yeah, you can do that.
But he found his route in Walmart, and he's just kicking ass, man.
Yeah.
He is kicking ass and taking
Moving up
names.
to management and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's been there 6 years. He's over 100K now.
Wow.
It's crazy, but he works, fuck. I bet this week, I swear to God, I bet he's 75 to 80 hours. Now, he's got a ton of time off each year because he's been there so long. And he's the cream of the crop. I'll be honest, man. A lot of people that work for Walmart don't do shit.
Yeah.
So if you're in there and you're motivated, and they like you, and more than anything, you work hard, you can excel in that system faster than you could imagine.
Yeah.
But I didn't see him doing college. They would have paid for his college.
Walmart?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
He won't do it. He can't sit still.
Yeah. It's good that he knows
But
his
he
strengths.
still can take advantage of that any time.
Yes, he can for virtually ever.
Right.
Well, as long as he's still there. But isn't it so funny you have one kid that absolutely hates school, and then the other kid from the same two people is 100% different.
It's the eternal
but
argument
it's
between me and my wife.
It's XX and XY, Mark.
30 K-How.
All right, 303-713-8255. We have one line open. I want to tell you about Silverleaf Mortgage. If you've been thinking of a reverse mortgage, or even better yet, you just want some information on a reverse mortgage, is it right for me? I love the guys at Silverleaf. Here's one of the things they do. They have the Forever Home Foundation. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. So maybe you got to do a little work to your house to qualify for a reverse mortgage, but you don't have the money to do it. That is where this nonprofit comes in. They can really help people. get their homes ready for that appraisal part. But check them out at silverleafmortgage.com or call them up and talk to them. Ask them all the questions. 720reverse.com, 720-458-4052, 720-458-4052. Now, let me see where I left off here. I said I would go to Pastor Lauren real quick, and then I promise, Haley, you're next. And then we've got a question for Dan McKenzie, our attorney in studio with us today. So hold tight, Kathy. Pastor Lauren, I know Thanksgiving's coming up. How are you been doing? How's the church, man?
I'm doing good. We've had an interesting year. You know, church has obviously been down with the COVID stuff, but our food bank is as big as ever. So
I love it, Pastor. You know, I like the days. Are you bringing meals to people now? Because of COVID, a lot of stuff changed. Pre-COVID, Tom and I and Suzanne, and we even brought our kids one year, and Tom brought his. We'd go actually deliver meals for you guys to the homeless in that church bus you have. Do you still do that stuff, or how is it working these after COVID days?
Right now, all we're able to do is to make the boxes with the turkeys in them, and we'll be giving them out on the Sunday before Thanksgiving.
Where are you going to be giving them out this year? Down at the normal places?
Yeah, 5500 East 26th Avenue, so people will actually come and get it.
And what kind of... Oh, I love it, and they get to see your church right there. That's the home base, right?
Right.
Well, that's awesome, man. So what can people do right now to help? What does the food bank need? What kind of donations? We try to help you guys out every year. What are you guys looking for this year?
Well, I would mention that we've actually formed a separate 501c3 for the food bank, which is called Park Hill Food Pantry. And that's the same location, 5500 East 26th Avenue, Denver 80207. That Sunday would be, we are doing a food bank on Fridays, every Friday, with sort of food rescue things. We have several trucks that come to from the food bank and drop off food, and we do that food bank from 1 to 3. And the Sunday, which would be the 20th on this occasion, we would give out the food. So what we need is anything that relates to Thanksgiving food, you know.
I love it. And then now with that 501c3, you can actually, you know, if they dropped off 10 turkeys or whatever, you can actually write that tax write-off for them.
Yes, they could.
I can't believe it. You know what? And I mean this, man. You have fed so many people, I couldn't even count them. And on top of that, just by doing that, you have probably saved so many lives. Everybody out there appreciates what you're doing, and hopefully they can help you guys get that pantry stocked. What's a good phone number to call, or what's the best way to get people's attention right now? A website, a phone number, or you just want to give the address out where to drop food? How do you want to do that?
Well, I will give you my wife's phone number and my son's phone number because they're sort of heading things up. So my wife is Kathleen, 303-916-3214.
Give it again.
303-916-3214.
And now give your sons out a couple times.
It's Lauren Jr. It's 720-951-0597.
And these guys are the real deal. One time we had I remember calling you up, a tractor trailer turned over, I think it was on I-25, and somehow, I don't even remember how all this got to me. It could have been the news department here, but ultimately we got all that produce that was on there. You guys ended up getting a lot of it, right?
Yes, we did. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. So massive amounts of food. This guy, these folks down there, they're doing the Lord's work, and I'm not kidding. They literally feed the homeless every week, and then when Thanksgiving comes up, they try to make it extra special. So turkeys, anything you can do to fill this pantry, man, would they appreciate it. 303-916-3214. Just ask them where to deliver it, what they're looking for, or 720-951-0597. Hey, Pastor Lauren,
hey, Mark,
I appreciate you coming
donations?
on.
If
Do you
people want to
take
get
cash
cash
donations?
instead of food.
Well, of course they do. You take a cash donation, you just buy food with it.
Yeah, of course we can.
Yeah, absolutely, Doc. So now you're on the hook for a cash donation. Actually, Doc donates all the time. Hold tight. Pastor Lauren, we appreciate it. Hey, call back next week. We'll do it again, man. I think this is a good thing to talk about.
Thank you, guys.
You're
God
welcome.
bless you.
You too, sir. 303-713-8255 as promised. Oh, my God, 1248. Real quick, Kathy, what is your question for Dan McKenzie?
Yes, hi. Dan?
Hi.
Dan?
Yep.
Yes, hi, Dan. Dan, I have a trust. I should say we have a trust. And the way I understand it, at the death of the second, with the revocable trust, and at the death of the second, it all gets dumped into all our assets get dumped into the trust, and it becomes irrevocable.
Okay, hold on, Kathy. I have to take this break, and I promise we'll go to you and answer that right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
Mostly calm driving throughout the Denver metro for that early afternoon. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. Heading to the far south end of town, Santa Fe northbound at C470, we've got some road construction with stop-and-go traffic back from Highlands Ranch Parkway. And heading all the way northeast, leaving the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound between Tower Road and 56th. Road construction continues with heavy traffic for folks leaving the airport. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a sunny day today, warm in the afternoon with a high of 78 degrees. Overnight low of 43. Tomorrow, 78 again, mostly sunny skies. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
This fall, find everything you love listening to on Audible. From memoirs and true crime to celebrities and sci-fi. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Grainberry, healthy cereal for your family.
I'm Peter Harris for Grainberry Cereals with Amazing Onyx Sorghum. Just one bowl of Grainberry every morning can help you reach your health goals, whatever they may be.
I want to keep my family as healthy as possible, so that means I'm choosing foods high in antioxidants.
I'm focusing on my gut health, and that means adding more whole grains into my diet.
I want to lose weight, and that starts by cutting down on sugar.
At Grainberry, we call those bowl goals. Every single bowl of Grainberry contains less sugar than other cereals and more of what matters most, like plant.
So, Mark, do you prefer ribeye or...
Hold on. With Amazing Onyx Sorghum at Safeway today. And keep your bowl goals on track.
Grainberry, healthy cereal for your family.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. I'm going to paint you a picture. When we got carpet, we first moved into this house about 5 years ago. I called up Buddy Mitchell. He sent a sales rep out, and they do all the measurements. They bring the samples out. And on top of that, they offer free design services. I remember them saying, well, look at the color of your couch. You might want to go with a little darker. But the free design services, on top of all the measurements and all the samples right to your house. And then my favorite part is I saved about 40% from the big box stores. Now, listen to this. It's not just carpet. They do LVT, tile, hardwood. These guys do everything that has to do with flooring. And if you're one of these folks that like going to a showroom, they got a showroom in Highlands Ranch. It's going to open any day now. And then they also have a big showroom up north. But it all starts at SimplyFloorsInc.com. You can set that in-house appointment. And by the way, these aren't strong-arm guys. These guys come in, they measure, they give you an upfront quote, which is always good, and then that's it. It's not a high pressure, we got to close like some of these other in-home services. They're great people, been on our referral list for 10 years. Simply Floors Inc., I-N-C, SimplyFloorsInc.com. Healthy cereal for my family.
So, Mark, ribeye or New York strip?
Okay, interesting enough. If I'm cooking high heat, if I'm spending the time to get my green egg, or if I'm frying, and yes, you can fry a hell of a good steak if you know how to do it, I would say ribeye. If I'm at a normal restaurant, I would say New York strip, because if you don't know how to deal with that marbling at a high heat, you can really fuck up.
And sometimes ribeyes have too much fat in them.
They definitely can, but if you render it down right with high heat, no matter what, that fat will taste delicious. But a New York strip is hard to screw up.
So when you cook it at home, do you do the stove and oven method?
No. Purely high heat grill, 700 degrees.
Okay, so I don't
About
have
as high as I can get.
I don't have a grill, so I do it in a cast iron pan.
Yep.
About 2 minutes on each side to get the crust. Stick it in the oven for a couple of minutes at 500 degrees, and it's perfect.
So I do the same thing, almost the same times. I do not put it in the oven. I don't use cast iron. I use a vegetable, or an olive oil. As soon as that olive oil starts to smoke, then I know it's hot enough. I put the steak down, usually 1 minute, 30 seconds, put rosemary in with a bunch of butter. I mean a full stick of butter, and I constantly spoon the butter and then flip it. It's about 3 minutes, and it melts in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot different than a grilled steak. You know, last time I went to Del Frisco's, I haven't been back since. I was so disappointed post-COVID. The wedge salad that she always gets was like, it used to be a half. It's like an eighth of the salad. The steak wasn't that good. And the part that killed me, they didn't have butter on the table anymore.
Really?
What they did is they put some butter on top of the bread they brought you. But you had to literally ask for butter. And she goes, oh, I don't even know if we have it. You know, if you're at Sizzler paying $20, who cares? But it's like...
Oh, because usually, you know, I think Shanahan's is number one for me. Del Frisco's number two, and Ruth Chris is number three.
I like Ruth Chris, but we very rarely go there. I like Perry's in the mall. Their pork chop is unbelievable.
Do you like Capitol Grill?
She does. You know what we've been eating a lot is this, I call it high-end Mexican food. You know, it's not Taco Bell. I don't know what I mean. It's not, I don't know. High-end Mexican food, I guess there's such a thing, but...
I think that's a oxymoron.
Yeah. But it's good, man. I don't know why. Usually I can handle Mexican food once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks, but lately I've just been craving like good steak fajitas. Do you guys cook mostly? Well, you got 4 kids, of course you're home.
Yeah.
When you and your wife go out for a date night or wherever, what's the restaurant of choice?
Oh boy, it's varied. Yeah, we don't. I don't think we really have like a consistent place we go to.
What's your favorite Italian place?
What's the place over here by Cherry Creek High School?
Not Maggiano's.
No.
It's on Yosemite, right?
Yes.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, starts with a C.
Like a,
I can't think of it.
It's
No,
like
no.
No, it's pretty nice.
I'm trying to think what it
starts
is.
with Ciances or something like that.
And they have 2 of them. One is by the Cherry Creek Mall, and one is by Orchard. And why can't I think of the name?
A far right-wing Latina being attacked by the left, that means that she's probably pretty effective. Monica De La Cruz running for Congress, plus campus reform and much more on The Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
All right, Garage Magic. Polyaspartic coating for your garage. Make that garage look brand new again. Give the guys at Garage Magic a call. They'll give you a free estimate. Go to GarageMagic.com. Simple as that. Now, I want to get back to a question that we had for our guest that's in studio. Hey, Kathy, I'm sorry I hung up on you when I went to put you on hold, but please, what was your question for Dan?
Yes, we have a revocable trust, and at the death of the second person, all of our assets get dumped into it, and it becomes irrevocable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah.
I was wondering, do our bank accounts and our Roths also get put into that trust, or are they separate?
It depends on how you set it up. I mean, certainly you could put the bank accounts probably in there right now. You could direct them there through a will. The retirement accounts, really, those stay out of the trust. They have to be titled to a person. You cannot title retirement accounts to a trust. But you might direct them there through a designated beneficiary instruction.
And the same could go for a bank account, right? You could just have a could you name the beneficiary the trust?
Yes. You could.
Do you want to do that, though? I mean, would there be any tax liabilities?
It really doesn't have any tax consequences. So on the retirement accounts, there's a lot of tax consequences that you got to be very careful about. So you really should confer with somebody about that, because that money has not been taxed yet. But Everything else, there's
Okay.
not really a tax consequence to. You're trying to get stuff in the trust to avoid probate, so that's usually how you want to do it.
Kathy, you want any further questions? I mean, you can feel free to hang on. I'll come back to you after the break. It's just kind of the way it is. Anybody who's got any questions for any estate planning for Dan McKenzie in studio with me, 303-713-8255. We've got a couple open lines. Haley, I promise you we're going to dive into that H&R block the very first thing. I promise. Everybody hold tight. We'll be right back.
This is Dan King.
Promises, promises.
Now, who did I just do? Garage Magic. Look at me doing all the in-house. Bam. Gutter Magic, one clear choice, and renew.
Hey, Mark, is there any difference between Garage Kings and Garage Magic?
Yes, a huge difference. Thank you. Garage Kings is who you want. They take zero money up front, and they get the job done when they're supposed to be done.
Right.
And they have a better price.
All right, I'm going to do that, in my garage before I move in.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because you don't got to move shit.
Right.
It's hardened within 24 hours, too. The biggest problem, the only thing Garage Magic's done that's really irritated me, of course, they don't rip anybody off, but there's been a few times they get short on help, and when you go to get your garage done, what do you got to do? You got to get every damn thing out of there, which
Right.
is usually work or toolboxes, and of course your cars, and most people have a refrigerator or a freezer, and everything that makes up a garage. You get all prepped, ready for them to come, and then they put you off. That's trouble.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it before I move in. I'm going to get Paul the Waterman to do my sink like Tom has.
Do a point of use?
Yeah, just at the main sink.
I swear, if you listen to Biden, he has completely fixed this country. I guess every politician's like that, right?
Like what?
He's exceptionally good at it, though.
At what?
Just saying everything you've done is great. You've just
Oh,
never
of course.
screwed up. Country's never been better. It's just unbelievable.
They all say that.
I bet he never watches the news, Biden. Like Trump, I heard just like he would watch the news 24/7.
I don't think I'd want him watching the news, but
You'd have to a little.
balance somewhere.
How about athletics for your kids? Are they all were they into like softball, baseball, and stuff? Or?
My wife clamped down on that pretty hard. My oldest was in soccer for a while, and then one of the other ones was too, and it was just having one doing that was just so intense with the driving and so
I can't imagine with four of them.
with four. If each of them have two activities, a week.
Wife never moves.
Yeah, you got two things to get to every single day, and it's a nightmare. So yeah.
Ours did taekwondo forever, like from the age of 3 up until 17. But they always went same time, so it was basically like having one, if you will. But it was still hard.
Yeah. It's only gotten more out of hand. The number of people I know who are like traveling, I'm going to Oklahoma this weekend to do a lacrosse tournament. Like, Are you crazy? Like, what are you talking about? Your kid is 10.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, Eric played baseball, and he would go to, Pueblo or Kansas.
So he played for a decent team then.
Yeah, he played for Regis.
Oh, okay.
And he went to some all-star thing in Florida where it wasn't a team. He got picked as an individual. So we went down to Florida to watch him play.
And, of course, you got it. It's just money and time for you.
Right.
What is this spot?
He could have been really good at either golf or baseball, but he didn't have that extra thing you need to want to be the best.
Yeah,
you got to have that fire in your belly. He just did it on pure talent, but he didn't have that fire to excel.
I know exactly what you're saying. Suzanne's brother's kid, a lot of us thought he would at least be college level baseball. And he just was unbelievable up through high school. Probably the best in the school by far. But he didn't, I know exactly what you mean. He didn't have the fire in his belly. He had all the talent, though.
Yep. He didn't want to come home and practice for an hour or go somewhere, you know.
Pitching's so weird. He was a pitcher, too, because, oh, man.
Yeah, that's what Eric was also.
You can lose. Eventually, I don't know how those arms last so long. I really don't. If I'm at the carnival trying to throw the baseball to knock down the fuzzy bars, my arm hurts after about 10. I can't imagine throwing all the time.
Eric was throwing 90 miles an hour in high school. Well, he was 6'5", you know, but he just, like I said, didn't have that extra thing you need to succeed.
Suzanne, I'm sending you a good outbound.
That's what you said.
Oh, I thought I sent you one.
No.
This one's coming right now. That was a different one. I don't know. I have a feeling
Promises, promises.
Dragon screwed something up. I don't know.
I'm on vacation brain, so yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe it was me.
Are you getting ready to go on vacay? Oh, were you going anywhere fun?
His whole life's a vacation.
Oh, fun. You going with your boys and your wife?
Oh.
We're going to be Disney adults.
I never even showed you.
Yeah, neither of us have ever been, so.
Oh, fun.
Why not?
My whole life's vacation. When you retire.
That's true.
Except coming here 4 days a week or 5 days a week isn't exactly having a vacation.
Suzanne, I'm sending it to you right now, that first one. What happened was I started sending it to you, then you said something and screwed me up so you didn't get it.
So just like Goldfinger, right? He, set it up to be sent, but just never hit the send button.
Exactly. The only difference is Suzanne caused me not to send it.
Whatever his name was. Doesn't even matter.
They're both pretty good ones, too. Did I didn't do new home innovations, did I? No.
I don't remember you doing that one.
I don't either. Bathtubs. The shrub.
The shrub, right. Every time I think of shrub, I think of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where they go up and they say the knights of the want shrubbery. Remember, they want shrubbery. How do I get past you? Bring me some shrubbery.
I haven't seen that in so long. How about
deposit? That's deposit. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
All right, welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. You know what? We've got a great attorney in studio with us today, Dan McKenzie. Any questions you have that have to do with estate planning, that's what these guys do, the McKenzie Law Firm. And by the way, their phone number, I do want to give this out. I forget as we're talking back and forth to give his number out a lot. But the McKenzie Law Firm, if you just want any ideas of what you should do, do I just need a will? Do I need a trust? Maybe you went through a divorce. Maybe you have a blended family now. You have kids or stepkids you didn't have before, and you just got to change stuff up in the will. Or maybe just ask the question, what do I have? These guys will talk to you 100% for free. And what I really like about it, they'll come back to you with ideas for your circumstance, and they charge flat rate pricing. But you can reach the McKenzie Law Firm at themckenziefirm.com, or just call them up at 303-578-2745. Dan, what's the most important thing that I'm trying to put this in the right way. So a lot of people, let's say you get married around 25, you live in an apartment, you don't have a lot of assets. you don't really start thinking of a will. When should people, young people, start thinking of even a simple will or any form of planning whatsoever?
I think it's when you've got somebody relying on you, right? I mean, if you're in an apartment and you're contributing to the rent, I mean, does that person that is living in the apartment with you, are they going to have access to your bank account if they need to make a rent payment? Well, you're unexpectedly hospitalized or have passed away. So really any situation where somebody is going to be really hurting if you suddenly are not able to sign the check or
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Or, of course, once you have kids.
Yes, you got it. I mean, most people don't realize that they have kids. They think I don't really have that much in assets. I think, well, if you've bought life insurance, which you should, if you have any home equity, if you have any retirement savings, they can really add up quite quickly. And it doesn't feel like you're rich because you don't have access to any of that money. But
it's
it can
there.
be a lot.
Well, and on top of that, if you and your spouse pass away, or maybe you're a single parent and pass away, I mean, who's going to watch your kids?
Yeah.
Who is going to become their guardian? That's why when we really got our first will right after we had our first child, and we waited way too long. I mean, we did. No kidding.
Yeah. I mean, most people do. The statistics on that are not encouraging. But yeah, a court's going to have to appoint somebody, and if they don't have any directions from you, they're going to be kind of shooting in the dark.
And it's not going to be, that's it. You're not around to make the decision. Now, as promised, Haley, H&R Block. Haley, first of all, I truly appreciate you waiting so long. What is going on with H&R Block?
Well, thank you for taking my call. So I filed February 2nd my 2021 tax return, my federal tax return. And, a couple months went by. I still was waiting for my tax return. So I kept going back to the office, and they said, well, it must be COVID. It must be because of COVID. It's backed up. Well, it's already 7 months later. And finally, I decided to go down to the IRS to find out what's going on. So I had to make an appointment at the IRS just to speak to somebody. So this has been a very long process. I finally get a hold of IRS. They tell me that I cannot have my funds yet and that the lady at H&R filed wrong. My amount isn't wrong, but she put one number in one wrong box.
For your Social Security number? What was the wrong number?
I guess she put something in a Social Security spot. Like it was supposed to be in like a 4A instead of 4B box. It's literally a minor thing.
So why can't they just amend it and then just redo it?
Well, here's the thing. So after I found out that, that was the issue, I called H&R Block and I asked the lady. She said, let me see what I could do. And she hung up on me. I called back, and then they put on their H&R recorder service. So then I call higher-ups, and no one has gotten a hold of me for a week and a half now. I feel pretty helpless here.
You know what? Your problem is exactly what this show's for. I have no idea why H&R Block would be ghosting you at this point. Is it a local office in Denver? Where is this?
It sure is. It's 120th and Sheridan.
I just, for the life of me, I don't get it. They screwed up, at least according to you. You haven't got your refund, and now they're not working with you. I want to ask you this, and be careful how you answer it. I want the truth. When we call up, which we're going to do, is there another side to this story that they're going to have?
No, absolutely not. And honestly, this is an urgent story because my landlord's selling my place, and I have a month to find a place to live, and I need this money.
How much is it, Haley?
It was almost $10,000.
You've got a refund coming of $10,000?
Yes.
I'm just curious why. Why is your refund so high?
It's actually because I never got the stimulus payments. I never got COVID payments, so it's all back taxes.
Okay.
So, and then the IRS...
Those numbers, Haley, this part doesn't matter, but those numbers still aren't adding up to $10,000. Do you have kids?
I do.
Okay, forget it. It doesn't even matter.
I'm head of the household,
Haley, you know what? It just doesn't matter. Sometimes my brain gets just hung on something. Here's what I'm going to do. Deputy Doc, you want to call over to this local... He's going to go call right now for you. Hold on. Give Suzanne. Suzanne, we're going to want the phone number for the H&R Block and anybody, and I mean anybody she's dealt with. Give Suzanne all the information. You hang tight, and maybe we'll have an answer for you this hour because Doc's getting involved right now. I just hope there's not more to it. Okay, so Naomi's got a question for Dan McKenzie, our attorney in studio, estate law. Naomi, what's going on?
Hi, yes, I was just curious, and I've been trying to get someone to help me since my father died in August of 2019. He was not in my life. I supposedly have siblings through him from another marriage, but I have no clue who they are. Well, I kind of have a clue of who they are, but I don't know where they're at, what their married names are, or even if they're still alive. I filed papers in Mesa County because I knew my father owned a house. And so I filed the papers in the court down in Mesa County to for like his estate, I guess it's called. Mm-hmm. And they came back and said that I had to provide my siblings information and their names and alert them that I was making this claim. And I told the court that I don't have that information. I don't know these people. They've never been in my life. I don't know where they live. All I have is old information from hearsay.
Yeah.
And what could be found online. But what I found online, I don't even know how to confirm if that's accurate information.
Hey, Naomi, we get it. Dan, isn't that what the public notification's all about? What does she do?
That's usually directed at creditors. There are people that go find errors for you. Like you can hire actually a private investigator. That sounds a little bit dramatic, but there are, that's not someone sneaking around with video cameras and guns necessarily. It's maybe somebody behind a keyboard with access to a Lexis database that they can just go find a lot of people actually.
Hey, but okay, let me dig in for her a little bit. So let's say the house has $100,000 in equity. I'm just making numbers up, and she only knows of these people, doesn't know anything about them. She assumes they exist, assumes they're half siblings. What does she? If no one else comes forward, doesn't she just get that? I mean, if you don't know if someone's there, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're it sounds like maybe you already have said something on the petition about these people. I mean, the court clearly is aware that somebody else is out there.
Yeah, I did put that information on the court papers, and I even spoke to someone from the court in Mesa County and explained this to him, and she's like, okay, well, when, explain that on resubmit the paperwork, explain that, and you can also explain it to the judge when you go in there or something like that.
Okay, hold on, Naomi. Naomi, I'm going to take this break, and I promise you'll be first back up when we come back up. We get it, and I'm curious what the answer is to that. If you don't know, what do you do? We're going to find out after this.
Plumline Services has a plum crazy deal on your furnace and AC replacement. This month only, get a free Carrier furnace with the purchase of a qualifying air conditioner. That's plum crazy affordable. A free Carrier furnace from Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Call now before this plum crazy deal ends. 303-633-5577 or schedule online at plumlineservices.com. Service at home, servants at heart, and plum crazy good deals.
You know, if you've been in pain for a while, you might want to consider stem cell therapy. And we're not talking about fake stem cells, taking a pill or stem cells shipped in. We're talking about what the folks at Denver Regenerative Medicine do. They've been a sponsor of the show for a while. And what I really like about them is they use your own stem cells. In fact, truly, that's what stem cell therapy is. They harvest your own stem cells, the healthy ones, and then they, do what they do to them. And then they use guided needles to inject them to where that pain is or where you're trying to make your body better. Maybe it's your knee or your shoulder. It could be anywhere. But what I like about these guys is they'll actually talk to you about it. They'll tell you if stem cell therapy is right for you. So write this number down. Give them a call with any questions you have. But don't think it's like this big, huge, massive procedure either. It's generally a one-time, 3-hour, pain-free, by the way, procedure, and usually no repeat visits. And these guys have been doing it for 10 years. You can schedule a free phone consultation right now at 833-STEM-GEN. That's Gen, 833-STEM-GEN. David Ellis, you know what I'm going to say. He weighs it, then what does he do? He cuts you a check. He weighs it and pays it. Maybe you have an old earring around, an old tangled-up necklace you don't wear anymore, maybe an old bracelet. Any precious metal, David Ellis and the gang, they weigh it, and then they cut you a check. You're going to get a ton more than a pawn store. So finally, go around in your house, get all that old jewelry that's just sitting there wasting time, and turn it into greenbacks. And you can do it today at 3rd and Clayton. DavidEllisJewelry.com, DavidEllisJewelry.com, or just head down to 3rd and Clayton.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral neuropathy. Taking drugs like Lyrica or gabapentin, but they never seem to fix your neuropathy? Are you worried about their side effects? There's a better way. Front Range Medical Center can help. Peripheral neuropathy is a result of damage to the nerves causing burning, weakness, pain, numbness, tingling, and debilitating balance problems. Front Range Medical Center can relieve you from neuropathy with no injections and no drugs, using the newest, most advanced treatment. You can start feeling relief in only 2 sessions. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical now for a consultation and exam to see if your neuropathy can be treated. He'll provide a painless neuropathy severity exam. Normally $200 for just $27.
It's changed now.
2027.
Yeah.
We looked up before and it said China may invade Taiwan before 2022. It said 22. Yeah. Now it says 27.
Okay. Well, they get,
talk about a typo.
They get 5-year terms, though, in China. So 5-year terms in China. So maybe they're saying by the time, what's his face?
Xi.
Yeah. So maybe that's why they're trying to hedge their bets now.
I don't even understand how their government works. If he wants to be there, he can be there, right? I mean, for the most part.
There are unlimited terms, but each term is 5 years. So
yeah, but who votes?
His underlings.
It's like Putin. They have an election.
Right.
Putin always wins. It's pretty amazing.
I am shocked.
No one likes him, but somehow he wins. It's a horrible commercial.
Yeah, but you remember it.
I will now. Last time I heard it, I didn't hear the Liberty Mutual shit at the end.
Just like Cars for Kids. Just
I
like
love Cars for Kids. You can ask Suzanne. I sing it every morning when it comes on.
The Tree Farm, you know?
There's 2 Cars for Kids. I like the original, where the kids sing it, then the old guy sings it, then the kids sing it.
10.5 hours.
Till
Till
what?
midnight.
Oh, boy.
What's
Taylor
midnight?
Swift.
Hey, I got Swifted over COVID. I like her. I can admit it. My favorite band's Metallica, so me saying I like Taylor Smith is
you do.
quite a stretch, but I love it.
Maybe they'll do a collab.
I'm hoping to get her in studio a day Suzanne's off.
You want to touch her butt, too? Like
Hell no. Hell no.
Like the guy across the street? Come on.
That was crazy, man. He sued her. She countersued.
She got $1.
$1, but she proved her point.
Yep.
She could have wiped his ass out. She actually played way nicer than I would have ever played. Listen, when Suzanne grabs my ass, I refuse to put up with that shit.
He feels violated.
She violates me all the time. It's like one violation after another. Can you imagine people that...
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Don't forget that number works on and off the air. You can also email us at help@troubleshooter.com. I'm going to get right back to the phones, but tomorrow's car day, we're going to have a hell of a good day lined up for everybody. We're going to talk cars, we're going to solve problems, answer questions, but we're going to have the guys in from Inland Truck. We're going to have, is it Jeff Vick or Kevin Culkin tomorrow?
I forget because they switched.
And then is Tom coming up from North? Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe, maybe not.
Don't know.
And then the inland guys, right?
Yeah, the inland guys. Can't wait to see them. Great guys. You got a big rig or a big diesel or anything? You got any questions? Tomorrow's going to be the day. Garage Magic, by the way. Actually, I think I've already talked about Garage Magic. Let me tell you about Renew Home Innovations. This is hard to believe. These guys are the guys that will come out and do a bathroom for you. They can redo your shower with quartz solid surface walls. Absolutely no maintenance. But what's amazing is right now they have a promotion going, and it's hard to believe because everybody else is getting higher in price. 50% off installation, labor. That's unbelievable. Payments as low as $100 a month. With 72 months, no interest. Interest rates are high as hell. These guys are offering 72 months, no interest, 50% off labor, and other things. Free shower door. Man, if you've been putting it off, check out RenewHomeInnovations.com or call Nick and the gang at 303-904-2000. That's RenewHomeInnovations.com. Now, I want to get right back to our caller, Naomi, and bring Dan back up. Basically, what the question was, Naomi's father passed away, and she knows there's some siblings out there, some half-siblings, if you will, and she's trying to figure out what to do with his assets or his house. So, Dan, what do people do? And I'm talking to Dan McKenzie with the McKenzie Law Firm. In her particular case, or in anybody's case for that matter, what do you do when you don't know who the other siblings are, you've never talked to them, never met them for that matter, nowhere to find them, but yet your father passed away, and you're trying to get the house taken care of and figuring out to do with any assets? What do you do?
Yeah. Well, the whole point of this process is to make sure that when it's done and distribution has been made, if you've taken such stuff from the estate, that you can move on with your life and not have to worry that some unknown sibling is going to pop up 5 years down the road and say, hey, I was never told about this. So that little break gave me a chance to go actually look at the probate code so I can tell you the language. The language in the probate code says, the petitioner, that's you're petitioning to open a probate, shall give notice by publication to all unknown persons if the petitioner has reasonable cause to believe that unknown persons may claim an interest. And to all known persons whose addresses are unknown who may have any interest in the matters being litigated. So there is a process for getting a publication done. There's two different probate processes in Colorado, and you should be using what's called the formal process. But if you haven't looked at the probate code online and you're doing this yourself, maybe you should. Just Google the Colorado probate code and take a look. It's not too complicated actually, or too long. You can see that stuff.
Why wouldn't you use an attorney for this?
Because I'm disabled and I don't have the money to pay an attorney.
How much are you looking at getting?
I don't know. I don't know the process. I just know that as his heir,
Naomi, something
that I had a right to it.
I don't mean by I want to correct Dan, because everything Dan said, he's the attorney, is 100% correct. But I do want to throw this in. I don't think you should do it yourself under any circumstance. I think you'd be crazy.
Yeah.
If you do something wrong and you end up spending the money or doing whatever, you could have people coming after you, and this could change your entire life. I mean, if you don't even know what assets he has, you could use an attorney just to help you find out. I mean, you can find out with an O&E how much that house is actually worth, how much you're looking at getting. I just don't think, I think you're the perfect person to hire an attorney. I think you shouldn't do it yourself under any circumstance. No offense, Dan.
No,
I don't.
I agree with you. But with my disability income, I can't afford it. And Colorado Legal Services said that they couldn't help me, and so I didn't know what to do. And with COVID and everything,
well, where does the house sit right now? That's the only asset you've talked about. Where does it sit right now? Did someone move in? Did they sell it? Did it get repossessed? What happened?
It's in Clifton, Colorado, and
do you know the address? Do you know, for example, Naomi, that your dad actually owned it?
I do, yes. He inherited it from his parents.
And you have no idea how much he owes on it, though, or what it's worth?
I know very little about my father's life.
Suzanne, let's do this. let's get a favor from the best real estate guy in the world, Frank Duran, the real estate man. I want to pull in O&E. Naomi, you know the address, right?
I do, but I was actually out running errands in the car.
Yeah, you don't.
I just happened to flip on the radio, and
Yeah.
so I don't have it on me.
No, that's fine. Suzanne will give you a number to call back. Here's what I want to help you out with.
Oh, okay.
I want to make sure your dad actually owned that house, okay? And we can do that. It doesn't cost you anything. Then we're going to find out how much debt is associated with that house. Did he have a mortgage? Did he have 3 mortgages? Is there any liens on it, basically? We're going to figure out some basics for you, and then we can give you some good advice, okay? But you got to do something. You could be sitting on a couple $100,000. You have no idea.
Yeah, and then my other part of this is that I have heard that one of these siblings was convicted for child molestation.
What's that
And
got
I
to do
know
with
that
anything,
the house
though?
is fairly close. Well, I know that the house is fairly close to a elementary school.
They'd have to sell
and
it. They
the,
could.
The sibling is living in this house, and so.
Wait,
if
Naomi.
anything happens to a
Naomi,
child,
stop.
do I
Stop.
am I responsible?
You just threw a monkey wrench the size of a paddle from a canoe in it. You said you didn't know where any of these people are.
You're right.
But they're living in the house?
So, I pulled a background check on one of the potential siblings.
Hold on. Suzanne, I just want to get that address when she has it. I'm not going to do any more till then. No offense, Naomi, but we can help you. We can, honest to God, help you, but we got to have the address first. I'm not going to go down this weird rabbit hole. I didn't think we're talking about publications and ways to get around stuff. Then you hit me with this brick that one of them lives there. It just that complicates things a little more. So let's just get the address and see who owns the house before we do anything else. Let's see what the assets are. You know what, though, Dan? I do have a question for you. Let's say the guy had a car, or the guy had, I don't know, some form of asset under $20,000. Do you have to go through probate for something like that if you're the only heir and there's no will? I mean, let's say there's only one daughter. Different circumstance than this. Do you actually have to open a probate for a 1985 Toyota Celica?
No. In Colorado, probate starts at about, you are required to open probate if the person had $70,000 or real estate. Sometimes we do run into banks who say, we want a court order. We know there's less than that in this account, but we want a court order anyway. Say that can be annoying, but that is what the statute says. $70,000 or real estate is what triggers probate.
$70,000 or real estate. Okay. B and Bennett. Hey, Bennett, real quick, what's your question for Dan?
Hey, Mark, my question is, I have a trust, and let's say that my wife and I both pass away, and the trust goes to my son. What does he have to do to claim whatever we're giving him?
Do you know if he's the trustee?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you're going to do he will do some paperwork after you pass away. I mean, he gets a death certificate, obviously. Usually what happens is the new trustee signs an affidavit just saying, I was named as the successor trustee in this trust. The person who created it has passed away. Here's the death certificate. Here's the part of the trust that names me. And he would take that to the bank or anywhere else that holds assets that are titled to the trust and use that documentation to get access to that stuff.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thanks, Bennett. I hope you're doing good, too, as well. Suzanne and I usually go out. He's been calling forever. We haven't gone out to dinner with Bennett forever. We should set that up. Anyhow, 303-713-8255. I got to take a quick break. We've got some more questions for Dan right around the corner. Everybody hold tight.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
We are still dealing with a couple of issues in your way this afternoon. That one wreck out there at 4th and Broadway, you can expect delays if you have to make your way through that stretch. And we also have some road work going on northbound Santa Fe at C470. That's got you stop and go from Highlands Ranch Parkway, adding about 5 minutes onto your commute. Other than that, some slow speeds northbound I-25 from Alameda into downtown. Southbound are slow about that same stretch. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny and a high near 80 today. Tonight, mostly clear, mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny, 78. Saturday, mostly sunny, 74. Right now, 75. With your impact traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop today and save big. Blindster.com.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. They make buying flooring so easy, and once again, it doesn't matter what you're looking for. You know, you go right to the website, SimplyFloorsInc.com. The first thing you're going to see is book an appointment. You'll also see all the luxury vinyl they sell and carpet brands and the different laminates they have and the hardwood. They have an entire category of waterproof stuff. If you have dogs, they give free design services. And one of my favorite parts, I say this all the time, is they can save you up to 40% from the big box stores. Go to SimplyFloorsInc.com right now to get those floors done before the holidays. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
This is Dan Kaplis. Hey, Denver, as the weather cools down, we...
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's mostly... Are courts back open? Is the COVID thing, like, done in the court systems now?
You know, I mean, we might have some permanent changes because I still am getting, like, online hearings and stuff like that. So, which is actually great because, like, driving all over the place, I mean, court hearing, I compare it to being, like, a professional driver's license applicant. Like, it's like going to the DMV, you sit there for an hour, you get called up. Your hearing is like a minute, and then it's like, I've been here, I drove, like,
3
you charge
hours.
the hour. Yeah, client gets 3 hours of billing for, like, a 1 minute hearing.
You know, it's a trip.
Okay, Mike, I think we can definitely advise in this.
I didn't realize there was rules that you couldn't. And then a follow-up question, though, if you were actually litigating, I think over Zoom would be next to impossible. You couldn't connect with the jury.
Yeah.
But maybe with a judge, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah, judges are a little bit more used to it and dealing with witnesses. But still, even then, I mean, it's all the same problems that everybody has with Zoom. You know, people not muting and just embarrassing stuff going on and just not really understanding that they're in a court.
How about the CNN guy that he got caught yanking the wank in there with his coworkers?
Yep.
I couldn't believe he was back on CNN about a year later.
Impressive.
Everybody was going, what was his name? Toby.
Yeah.
He was
Jeffrey
Toobin.
Toobin.
Toobin. That's right.
Yeah.
God, how that's just so.
That's I would think I'd remember I'm on Zoom, but
under any circumstance. Okay, let's see here.
Lavage for lots of reasons. Sinusitis, colds, allergies, snoring, things that make it hard to breathe through your nose. But over time, they find that cleaning their nose makes them feel better, a lot better. Over 3 million Lavage users have written more than 100,000 reviews, averaging 4.7 stars, saying, best product I've ever used, and amazing, I love my Lavage. Lavage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less. But the biggest payoff is improved health. Lavage is good personal hygiene and can help you stay healthy. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Lavage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Cranberry, healthy cereal for your family.
You got all the ads stuck in your head.
It's like a trap. It's hell. The guy that did our theme song when we come in each hour did the Tree Farm jingle, which if you've lived in Colorado, they've been playing the exact same jingle for 25 years. You know it works if it's been on for 25 years.
Benjamin Moore Paint by joining the Guy Ray's loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guy Ray's, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
All right, 303-713-8255. You know the guys at One Clear Choice Garage Doors. They put all their pricing online. I'm literally looking at their pricing. I can't believe a home service company does this. I love it. I love transparency. If you go to OneClearChoiceGarageDoors.com or OneClearChoiceDoors.com, both of them go to the same place. You'll see garage door service, $29. Garage door opener service, $29. Garage door opener installation starting at $279. Maybe you got a broken drum. It'll tell you exactly how much it is. Broken spring starting at $99.50 up to $150. It is unbelievable. Any problem you have with your garage door, call the guys at One Clear Choice. Just go visit their website. You'll know exactly what you're going to be paying for. They have emergency services as well. Here's the deal. I'm just going to stick with the website because they have so many locations. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All right, 303-713-8255. That is our number. And car insurance estimate conflict. I'll take that one real quick. What do we got going there? And any calls or any questions you have for Dan McKenzie with the McKenzie Law Firm. They specialize in estate planning. He's been with us the entire show. They're great people on the referral list. We love talking about them. And honestly, I love the way they operate there. You can actually call them up, tell them what you're looking for, and if you don't know what you're looking for, they'll talk to you for free. They'll say, well, there's trusts, there's wills. They'll explain everything. Young, old, maybe you just need stuff updated. These are the guys. 303-578-2745 is Dan's number. Any questions for him? Let's get those in while he's in studio. And then, Julie, what is going on with your car insurance issue?
Hey, Mark. Thank you for taking my call. My husband was in an accident on September the 10th. It was the other driver's fault. We were given her insurance info, called them up. They told him to get an estimate at a body shop near, we live like by Canyon City. So we drove down to the shop, got an estimate. It was for like $2,500.
Gotcha.
All the insurance, okay, called Safeco back, who is the other driver's insurance. And we spoke with someone else and was told that that's not how it works. We either go to one of their preferred.
You don't have to go anywhere, they tell you, but keep going. They told you go to one of our preferred.
Well, this is why I'm calling to find out what you say. So we could either do that, or we could take pictures and send in like a bazillion pictures and let their estimators.
You know
look
what?
at it.
I have Safeco. And they've been irritating me lately, too. Suzanne, can we get Compass on? Julia, here's the deal. They haven't done anything to me besides just irritate me. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
But they're a good company. I don't understand why they're making it so difficult for $2,500. And no, you don't have to go anywhere. You have no contractual agreement with the other driver's insurance. You never entered into an agreement with these guys. The bottom line is what you could do, and we say this a lot, you could take that driver to small claims court because it's only $2,500, and I guarantee you'd get a check, and you might end up doing that. But I don't like the fact Safeco's telling you to go that way. Why don't you just get a couple estimates and send them to them? Are they saying that wouldn't be sufficient?
No, no, they're not.
We're going
And
to get someone at Compass involved. Hold on. The one thing I love about Compass Insurance, see if we can get them real quick, Suzanne. The thing I love about them, and when we talk about insurance brokers, there's a lot of brokers that'll sell you the policy. They don't do anything if you ever have an actual issue. Compass Insurance will walk you through anything, and even though you're not their customer, well, I don't know that for a fact, but they're going to help you, and they're going to cut through this red tape and get you a check. That's why I love Compass Insurance, and I'm not kidding you. Hey, B, what's going on with you?
I have a question. I have some options that I just don't know what to do in this market. I've got a home that's paid off, and right now we have it up for sale. I'm going to walk away with about $450,000. I don't know if I should take it off the market, put it as a rental, take the money, take a loan from it, use that money to put towards a house, and then make that property a rental so we can start writing it off.
So, B, this is your primary residence you want to sell right now, right?
It is my primary
and you got
residence
$450,000 in equity. What is your ultimate goal with that $450,000?
I'd have to put it on another property.
Is the other property, out of curiosity, is the other property in Colorado?
Yes, it's in Colorado Springs.
And how much would that other property be?
We don't want to spend no more than $750. I'm trying to keep it at $700,000.
So you have enough income, or you have enough saved up, or enough cash on the table to pay the difference between the $450 and say $700?
I do, but that's another question I have for you.
Okay, but here's what I'm trying to figure out is your ultimate goal. You're talking about a rental. Are you looking at creating income off that $450? What exactly is your goal here besides moving to a house at $700,000?
Okay, my goal is I have the money to purchase that house. I can figure out how to purchase that house cash.
Got it.
The $700,000.
Got it.
Do I keep the property that we're moving from, that we're going to make $450,000 off of? Should I keep it and take the money, borrow the money against it, keep it as a rental, and use that as a tax write-off?
Well, do you want first thing is, do you want to be in the rental business?
I've been in the rental business like 20 years now.
Okay, so you're saying you turn around, you would borrow against the $450 in whatever form, and then you would rent this house out. Where's the tax breaks you're talking about? If you sell it, you'd be able to, well, I guess you're borrowing against it, but it's not going to be your primary residence anymore. You're going to be moving into the other residence.
Right.
I think...
And what I was thinking...
Go ahead.
What I'm thinking is because if I take the money and I don't see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I should.
You're not going to pay any taxes, most likely, on that $450, and no matter what, actually, long as it's still your primary residence. You're not going to pay taxes on that $450, most likely, as long as that house is not your primary residence. Do you get that? If you move and make another house your primary residence, that $450 will become taxable when you sell it. And that's if you don't live there. You got to live there basically 2 years out of 5 years.
Right.
So why wouldn't you do this? Is your ultimate goal to have that as a rental, though? Would you like to have that as a rental, but still have access to that cash?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know what to do in this market. I don't know if I should just take the money and run and put it towards another house, or should I hang on to this property since it's completely paid off?
Well, ultimately, I think in the housing market's going to go down. So I would guess you could make more for it now than later. And if you don't mind being in the rental business, one of the things you could look at, and we talk about on the show all the time, it's called the liquid loan. The liquid loan would give you access, let's put it in this scenario. Let's say that new house is $700,000. You take the $450,000. Let's just say you sell the old one. You take that $450,000, you put it towards there. In fact, I wouldn't even put the whole thing towards there. You maybe put $100,000 towards it, then you get the liquid loan. You would end up with a line of credit for roughly $550,000. And that would become your primary residence. No tax things have happened, and you would have that $550,000 to where you could buy a rental if you wanted to create income, and you could do all kinds of things with that line of credit set up like that.
But Mark, wouldn't a rental become an investment property that then cause tax issues?
It could when you sell it, but she'd be buying a brand new rental. Yeah, when you sell it, whatever you make on that rental, you're going to end up paying taxes on. But you got to remember how much money you put in over time into a house. I guess I'm not, maybe I'm not, hold on a second, maybe I'm not understanding her question. Maybe I'm just not getting it. I don't know whether or not you should sell it right now. There's going to be no tax ramifications. The last thing you want to do is turn that $450,000 into a rental property because you live in this new house a couple years and you're going to pay taxes on that $450,000. I mean, right now that would be 20%. So I don't think that's smart in any which way. Maybe the guys from APO, hold tight.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
Still a couple of things in your way right now, dealing with this accident at 4th and Broadway, slowing you down a little but not costing you too much time on your commute right now. Road work out there, northbound Santa Fe at C470. It's got you stop and go from Highlands Ranch Parkway, adding about 5 minutes onto the drive. And then slow speeds northbound I-25 from Alameda into downtown. Southbounders seeing volume on that same stretch. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny and a high near 80 today. Tonight mostly clear, mid-40s for the low. Tomorrow sunny and 78. Saturday, mostly sunny and mid to lower 70s. Right now, we're at 75. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop today and save big. Blindster.com.
John Fuller, he's an attorney. He's a personal injury attorney I've personally used twice. One time when Suzanne and I got T-boned, and it was just a horrible accident. Vehicle got totaled. Second time, our daughter was on I-25 and got rear-ended. Car got totaled. She had some injuries. But you want someone that'll sit there and hold your hand. You want someone, and I'll put it how it is, that can get you the highest amount for that case as well. That's it. You're going to have injuries. In some cases, you could have injuries later on in life that you don't even know about. You need an attorney that knows about all these things, and you want an attorney in a firm like John Fuller because you deal with John Fuller. You know, you're not dealing with hundreds of different attorneys. You might have 3 or 4 with some of these bigger law firms in town. You want John Fuller. I can't emphasize that enough. I've used him. If I was in another accident, I would call him without even thinking about anybody else. 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. My Accident Lawyer can be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co. Now, if you have any questions about a reverse mortgage, I want you to call Mark Massey. He's the owner of Empower Reverse Mortgage. He's going to give you the straight skinny. He's going to tell you exactly the good, the bad, the ugly about reverse mortgages. Is it right for me? How long can I stay in the house? Can I take the equity out in one chunk? Can I get income for life? I want you to call Mark and ask him. 720-500-7719, EmpowerReverseMortgage.com, 720-500-7719. 303, no, Water Pros, yeah, 303-862-5554. Water Pros have been talking about them all day. Paul can come out and test your water for free anywhere Denver metro area. They use all licensed plumbers, free water tests, and they have systems right now that can stop your home and everybody in your home from getting those poisonous forever chemicals that Denver and Thornton and 12 other Colorado districts sent notices out on. You know, Thornton has over 1,000 times the EPA allowed when it comes to PFASs, and those are those forever chemicals. For $299, he can filter all of that out. And then if you want like a water softener, they have them at up to $6,000 less, under $2,000 for complete systems. Waterpros.net. Call him up. He's a great guy. Paul, waterpros.net.
Over a decade.
I would like to get B on with like APO tomorrow. Sometimes I wonder, is it me not listening, or is she just all over? I don't know what she's asking. Yeah. I know Doc does.
What's that?
When something
You
makes
get things?
sense to them.
Live in your own world.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. But you wish you were in my world. Oh, anyway, on this H&R Block, I'm working on it. So I got a bunch of.
Have you talked to people there?
Well, I talked to the main office, but it was circular. Every time they transfer us to a supervisor, we got cut off. So I'm going to have to talk to the manager of the store and tell them it's their problem. She filed it there. They need to get in touch with the supervisor, with the people at corporate, or else give me the number of a PIO if they have one. But I'm working on it.
Dozens of states could see cooler than normal temps this year.
Form and much more on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
All right, 303-713-8255. Here's what I want to do on that one, Suzanne. I want to get a little more information from her off the air, and I want to help her out. We might want to get APO involved. I'm not quite sure of her question, but Brian Burns on our referral list at referrallist.com is on. Hey, Brian, Julie called up, and I'm rushing because of the time. She called up, and she got hit by another driver that has Safeco. The damage is she went out, and she got an estimate. It's roughly $2,500. She did exactly what Safeco told her to do at first, and by the way, that's the other driver's insurance company. It's their fault. So she sends it to them. She gets a different rep when she calls back on the claim, and they say, no, we don't do it that way. You've got to bring it to one of our shops, and we'll give you an estimate, or you need to take 1 million different pictures and send it to us. I mean, how does it work with Safeco now? If she goes out to a body shop and gets a couple estimates, why the hell won't they pay her the $2,500?
Yeah, no, I mean, she's on, again, and we've had this conversation before, she's under no contract with them, so she can send those estimates over. If they drag her feet, your alternative is just to go to your own insurance and let them fight it out, which it sounds like is, what she might want to do.
But when did Safeco, you guys have me in Safeco. I've never had any of these issues. Why is she having an issue over $2,500?
really shouldn't. And as a matter of fact, I don't mind at all calling the rep and
Brian,
seeing if we can get somewhere with it.
That's what I want you to do, and then report back to us tomorrow or whenever you get back. Hey, Julie, I'm going to have Brian. I'm going to have Brian reach out to you. He's going to want the claim number, some basic information. Let him call up the people he knows, and let's just get this handled for you. You don't have to listen to them or take it anywhere they're saying. You don't have to take that crap.
Hey, I just want to make one thing clear.
Their estimate is $1,050 approximately.
Yeah, and yours is $2,500.
Yes.
Yeah, you should get two estimates. Brian, should she get two or what?
Yeah. I would get two estimates of any shop of your choice because it's your choice to where to take.
All right, I gotta put you both on hold. So, Julie, I want you to do that. Two estimates. Make sure they have each other's information, Suzanne. Dan McKenzie, attorney at law, the McKenzie firm, any estate planning, 303-578-2744. Thank you for being in studio, man. You're a great wealth of information to all of our listeners. Any questions you have, 303-578-2745. I'll see you right here tomorrow.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Leland Conway is next on Denver's Talk Station, 630KHOW.
I went out to the Art of Granite and I met Mitch. I love this story. Came to